the coming weeks and months. There's so much I'd like to ask our panel today, and to ensure we cover as much as possible, we've chosen to cover just 3 areas to focus on in this session: the current meetings and events landscape, the environment and the importance of sustainable meetings, and post-pandemic, what are clients' buying criteria? So when we were creating the session today, we were keen to include a range of insights and experiences, and we've asked our experts to think about both the pandemic influenced short-term trends, but also the long-term transformation of our industry. So let me welcome and introduce you to our expert panel. Rose Padmore, Director of Opening Doors and Venues, experienced professional conference organiser and member of ABCO. And then, Matt Coston, Managing Director on the Move, BVA BDRC, the International Business Insight Consultancy. And we're hoping to get Lee Cowshaw, who's also an industry expert and Managing Partner at Black Box Partnerships. So I'm hoping she'll come through in 1 minute. Keep talking, Gail. Right. First focus area we're going to look at is the meetings industry landscape today, the data we've got available and what it means for us. So CVent recently released a report that had some encouraging statistics indicating that nearly 80%, thanks Rose, 80% of clients are now sourcing face-to-face venues. However, most of these are for short lead for the remainder of 2021. So Rose, does this ring true with you? Are you seeing the return of client confidence, and are they happy to return to complete live face-to-face events?
I am seeing the return of confidence. People are desperate to return to face-to-face events. And in fact, let me just quickly tell you that yesterday we had a fantastic event, one that we've done for 7 years in a row, obviously, except 2020. And it was a reminder of everything that we have missed. It's a very special event to us. It's a very heartwarming event. It's supporting young people who are likely to offend, or people who've been in care, and just the heart of it. But it was definitely represented everything we've missed. However, and the client wanted that face-to-face event, and we had it again, but we were 30% down on numbers. So I think that was sort of quite just a bit of a snapshot example that the client really does want the face-to-face event. But as far as the attendees are concerned, they can say, yes, we want face-to-face, but there's still going to be a percentage that actually were too nervous to attend, or had got used to not attending, so haven't yet built their confidence up again. So they hadn't got a budget to do anything else. So the confidence is definitely there, but there's still an element of uncertainty, but it's fading.
That's great. Yeah, it's great to hear the appetite's there.
The appetite is definitely there, definitely. Yeah,
that's fantastic. I was going to come to Lee, but we'll move on to Matt. You've been tracking the extent of the engagement between the UK companies and venues throughout the lockdown period. So, as restrictions have now lifted, can you share any insights with us in your experience of the return of client confidence?
Yeah, absolutely. And sorry to move that a little bit closer. We draw upon a number of different sources of data to try and make sense of what's happening in the market. So, as you say, Gail, we've been measuring consumer opinion right the way through the pandemic in terms of consumer confidence. We have our monthly surveys of business decision makers, so representative samples of business decision makers throughout the UK. We also have our venue verdict programme, which, in addition to measuring event host satisfaction, also looks at the reasons for why people are placing events externally. And we also have our ongoing monitor of sales inquiry handling standards, which at the same time measures the rates that venues are quoting live for incoming inquiries. So we've got a number of different data sources to draw upon. I would absolutely endorse what Rose has just said. I mean, after 18 months of pretty bad news, to be honest, we're now seeing some really positive signs in that data, which is fantastic for everybody to see. In our monthly survey of senior decision makers, we've now seen 4 consecutive months of improvement in terms of forward confidence, in terms of the extent to which they are planning to place external events. So we're seeing strengthening sentiment around that. We're seeing a month-on-month improvement in the outlook. And then what we're also seeing is a gradual uplift in the day delegate rates that are being quoted both over the phone and online, which is a sign that confidence is filtering through to sales teams overall. So a much more buoyant market sentiment. The big thing that we hear from our clients, our venue clients, is that the challenge is actually mostly around how to bring the teams together again in order to manage this demand. We're seeing a little bit of a drop-off in terms of the quality, the ability of sales teams to manage inbound inquiries effectively. Some of the scores have been dropping a bit in that area. But overall, a much more positive picture.
That's really great to hear. So we're also seeing that the data is showing us there's an increase of events for like up to 50 people. So and a slight decrease in the larger events, and that's an obvious trend in domestically held events. But how restrictions are lifting naturally. We saw the return of smaller events. Did the panel feel, both of you, is this a sign that smaller, more regional events will continue, or do you think it's a short-term trend that we're seeing, or when are we going to return back to international larger gatherings, or is that not going to happen?
I think there's I can't give you an absolute answer on that because again it's my thoughts and experience. A large association that we deliver a congress for, they in 2019 they reverted. It should have been in Canada. They reverted to totally virtual, so we virtually delivered the congress. People from literally all around the world. They decided they'd go virtual again this year. But now they are going to go face to face next year. Again, they've jumped 2 years and it will still be in Canada. But it's a medical association, so they've got that sort of mindset, the medical mindset going on at the same time. And their consideration is that the numbers will be down for international travel. There are those that have said, who've said, we're going to go, but there are others that have said, so it is going to be less, we believe, actually in the venue. That's what we're imagining the picture will be, and so that we need an alternative solution to bring in the other attendees. So that's going to need to be virtually. We believe, because when we have done it virtually, we've actually built the association membership. So because more people could attend than people could attend, we normally couldn't afford it, but they had everything available to them. So it's a developing picture, and one that we it's just shaping as we go. So we're difficult. Not 100%. I can't say.
No.
Another UK-based association that we're working with. They cancelled it completely in 2020. This year they had it virtually, and next year it is going to be in Edinburgh. So that's another one that's jumped, and it will be in Edinburgh. They again are hoping, because it's actually in country and not many people are travelling from outside, that it will be similar numbers. But because again they built it when they did it virtually, they might need to add the virtual element to maintain that number.
So it's ever changing.
It's ever changing. So I think the international and the in country is a slightly different picture.
I'm very aware we've got Lee. Welcome, Lee.
Hi, sorry I'm late.
That's okay, no worries. So we were just talking about the meetings industry landscape today, and I just want to ask you, in your experience, are you seeing a growth in number of live events, and what are your thoughts around the longevity of hybrid?
So absolutely, we're seeing a growth in live events, or the intention of attending in person. I think all of us, I was going to say all of us in the room, but obviously I'm not, recognise that live is life. And, we've had the hybrid, we've had the virtual, which has provided us services in a non-business as usual way, but actually being able to deliver from an event capacity. But we cannot underestimate the power of touch and the desire for people to actually want to get out and meet in person and attend in live events. I can't be there today purely on logistics, but actually what this enables us to demonstrate is that we can still have the speakers we want to by bringing them in through a platform, and we can still run events, and the audiences are a lot bigger, and the growth and the reach can be seen to be higher as well. I think from the last 19 months, we've all been staring down a lens at colleagues and industry peer to peer, but actually being there in live is where we were used to and what we want to see, and businesses are looking to get back to that. But there are so many different factors that are coming into it. You know, we've got the big talk, and I know we're going to cover it later from a sustainability perspective, but also mental health and well-being, work-life balance, which I know Helen Moon will cover in the session after this as well. There are so many factors, reduced T&E in terms of travel and experience, but overall there is that appetite to go back to live. There is that desire to want to meet around the coffee machine or to have lunch together. And you know, it's great having a platform to be able to deliver this, but it's not the same as being in the room. And I certainly feel that I don't just have FOMO. I really am missing out today. I was actually in a music battle room when I should have been on this panel. But you know, technology has served us amazingly over the 19 months, but it cannot take away the fact of human interaction and being together in the same room.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, and we're really enjoying that today, and we wish you were here with us, Lee. You just mentioned it a moment ago. Let's just move on. I'm really aware of time. So another big focus area is the environment, sustainable meetings, and it's a huge industry talking point at the moment, as everyone is aiming towards these net zero events. So can we come to you first, Matt? Can you share any insights you have on sustainable policies and how they affect consumer and business choices? And how much of a decision driver is having a robust sustainability strategy for our clients? Big question, right? Sorry. What are the trends show us?
A really big question, and obviously the answer has to be a nuanced one. It's another very complex area. I mean, we've just recently completed a very significant piece of research among 3,500 consumers in the UK on attitudes towards sustainability. Overall in this room, let's just have a show of hands. How many people are concerned about sustainability issues? You could just raise your hands if you're concerned about sustainability issues. Now, could you keep your hands up if you're extremely concerned about sustainability issues, if it's something that you really worry about? Okay, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, please don't do your research like this. This is a fairly flawed, fairly flawed way of doing things, with lots of biases in there. But it's a pretty good snapshot, because in the UK, 95% of consumers are concerned about sustainability issues. Now, that would not have been the case 5 years ago. This is something that has really shifted up the priority list considerably, and 75% are very concerned about these issues. So there are still a few holdouts, but what we see is that this is right across the board. So there's no real difference between the age generations. In fact, we found that those aged 55 plus, for example, were, if anything, more concerned about a number of sustainability issues than the Generation Ys and the Generation Zs. It transcends political allegiance. It's not just a left-wing thing anymore. So it is significant, and it might be that we see Greta Thunberg and Extinction Rebellion on our TV screens, but the reality is that it's also increasingly business decision makers who are very concerned as well. What we also find is that there is a gap between this concern and people actually taking action and making their decisions on a day-to-day basis reflect those concerns. To give you just one example, if we think about hotels, sustainability credentials comes 24th in a list of selection criteria for hotel guests. The reason for that is not that people don't care, it's just that there are lots of other things that are even more important. So, again, there's a challenge around that reluctance to trade off against the kind of experiences that they're seeking. I think the biggest takeout is that consumers really want businesses to take a lead on this and to make it easy for them. So one of the other challenges is that, particularly when it comes to hospitality and travel, there are very few brands out there that are really identified by consumers as leading on sustainability issues. There are some that do, of course, but that level of awareness is not there yet. And as a result of that, it's not quite driving decision-making in the way that it should do. But certainly, we're seeing that consumer opinion filtering through to companies. Procurement departments are taking a growing interest. Scores on sustainability issues are having a growing impact on live tenders. So yes, it is becoming more and more important.
Excellent.
Long answer,
Thanks
sorry.
for that.
But,
No. Well,
yeah.
big question, long answer. Lee, can we come to you? What client experiences have you had that have given insight into continued importance of environmentally and sustainable meetings and events? And what are your thoughts around how we can achieve net zero? Is it achievable, net zero events?
Well, I think all of us have an absolute part to play in that. And obviously with COP26 happening in only a couple of weeks in Glasgow, we'll see more outputs from that and more outcomes. But every single one of us, as I say, has a part to play, and we have personal accountability when traveling, looking at all the touch points. So for the venues, looking at the touch points from the delegates, from the venue themselves, from your supply chain, from the corporates, and what actually their culture is. The perception is actually that travel is very high on damaging the climate and having an impact on that. But actually, from a recent survey from the Cornell data benchmarking, it's actually concrete that has the biggest impact on our environment. But it is top of the agenda for businesses when we're looking at making changes to travel policies or cultures or meetings and events. And customers need to be informed when booking a venue of what actually the policies are. And I think it's really important that that's at the forefront of the decision-making process, where Matt was saying as I was joining about budgets, about day delegate rates, and these feature so highly now that the cost of doing business and the cost of actually servicing a meeting and event is on the increase, whether that's the gas situation. But from a sustainability perspective, that should feature as high as risk, safety and security, mental health and well-being. And all of these things are just compounding into a pot where when people are making a decision on actually, do I run that event live or do I go on a virtual or a hybrid? All of these factors are coming into the mix and actually hindering people potentially moving forward to a contracting stage or actually deciding not to go ahead or to go ahead on a virtual basis. So, from working with customers, what we're trying to do is to bring it to the forefront. There are a lot of award-winning properties sat in the room today from a sustainability perspective, and it's how that's actually being elevated out, that when people are making a decision of coming to your venue for your meeting, for their meeting, that actually it's at the forefront that you're doing X, Y, and Z. And it can be baby steps or you are working towards, but at least you are showcasing actually the steps that you're undertaking to make sure that, we do have a sustainable future for generations of tomorrow.
Yeah, totally. Thanks, Lee. Rose, can I come to you? Have you got any insights to add around sustainable venues, what people are looking for?
Yes, I'm going to reflect on the work that I do with a couple of my clients who are associations. And from a PCO perspective, professional conference organizer, we have to be the drivers, because often we're working with exec boards who are quite set in their ways. And for some people, it isn't necessarily a priority. Hopefully you'll have on the exec board some fairly sort of proactive, being PCO driven. So it really, we are sort of quite sort of important in the decision-making process. And as Lee said, there is so many factors, and it can look a huge task from the perspective of the venue. But I think, as she said, it is small steps, and if significant small steps are made, and the travel aside, food wastage is one that I feel quite passionately about. And where venues have got policies in place, but also sort of solutions, if you like, for any potential waste food, that is an element that is very key to us. And we're very, over the years, I could cry about, over the amount of food that has been wasted. So that isn't necessarily such a sustainable thing, but it is a huge thing. But it is now, as a member of ABCO for 15 years, I think it was probably 10 years ago that this came up as an issue in the events industry, and it just faded away and disappeared, didn't it? And it's
Yeah.
back to stay, obviously, and it's, it did, didn't it?
Yeah, it
wasn't
did.
there some issue that was raised about 10, 12 years ago? I can't remember exactly when, but I ignored it then.
Exactly right. It did dissipate. But I think one of the things about the pandemic is that it's raised everyone's consciousness that kind of life is precious, and when you sit through some of the some of the documentaries and you look at just how fragile the position is, and you sit there with your 10-year-old daughter, in my case, try explaining it to the next generation. So really, we need to be thinking about not just is this important for our target buyers. It's important to us, according to the show of hands at the start of the meeting. So if it's important to us, let's do something about it. Let's take a lead.
Yeah.
Can I just on another specific factor is that we often have hundreds of poster presentations, so the physical poster, and of course the virtual element has introduced the value of the virtual poster, and that I think is going to be taken back into the face-to-face, and we won't potentially have physical posters anymore. We're just going to have so there's so many learnings of things that have taught us that we don't need a printed program. You can ask your delegates, if you really want one, we can provide you with one, but there will be a cost. But people can see the program on their app and any printed items. So print is another big thing that we have tried to cut down on hugely, and that has been very successful.
Yeah, and that creates more opportunities, right, with the posters,
absolutely.
Because you can have video, there's more dimensions.
Exactly. So, big screens and it's all virtual. So, yeah.
Great. Well, again, aware of the time. Let's move on, fast pace. So we know there's been a change in the industry landscape. It's impacted our clients, but how will they choose a future venue partner? Data's showing us that in times of low confidence, clients will go back to venues that they have a long-standing relationship with. We're always looking for certainty in certain times. But what else is important to clients? Matt, what changes, if any, do you see or envisage in clients' buying behaviour?
Well, once again, it is early days, and I think we have to be careful not to rush to conclusions because things, as we've just been saying, are evolving. We're finding through our data that many of the things that always mattered still matter. So location and the right price and value and the relationships and flexibility and responsiveness and all those things that I'm sure IACC members are already very good at. There are probably, though, a few things that are shifting upwards in importance. One of those things that we've seen is size and layout of meeting rooms, which probably ties in with COVID safety and just the need for greater flexibility in the format. But the other big thing, I think, is that people are looking for a stronger experiential element in order to really differentiate external events, physical events, from remote ones. That experiential element is, if anything, even more important. Yeah. And here I think there's a real opportunity actually for some of the specialist venues who do have a great product, who do think outside the box and have strings to your bow that perhaps are not always the case in sort of mainstream mid-market venues, if I can put it that way. This presents an opportunity.
That's exciting. That's exciting. Rose, can I come to you? What's important to your clients now, post-pandemic, and has that changed greatly over the last 18 months?
Before that, I'm going to pick up on what Matt said about the experiential thing and just say, that would be great. Why go there? Because of the selling point. Fantastic. Yeah. Yes. And speaking to Chrissy at lunch, you creative mind, you'd be able to think of great things for that, wouldn't you? That's pretty good. So what do we want? We have to have hardwire internet in all the presentation rooms that is suitable for live streaming. We have to have that.
Okay.
And
good to hear.
And yes. So I mean that's absolute key. And there are still venues who haven't got it strong enough to do that. So that's a given. What else do we want? I'm talking about Edinburgh. The venue that we're using in Edinburgh have now had installed in each of their rooms the equipment to be able to do two-way live streaming through a platform. And it's just plug and play. So they've invested a huge amount of money, but it's immediately made them available to go and do a hybrid event there without having to bring in all the extra tech, which is extremely
And is that
costly.
platform agnostic? Is that you can use whatever platform, it's just the kit?
No, they've actually got the platform.
Okay.
Well, I think they were using Zoom as their platform, but if we wanted to add different elements to it, we could. I'd have to bring in the technician to do that.
Okay.
But if we just wanted to use Zoom, they had got sufficient bandwidth and cameras to be able to do a basic hybrid event, but we would still enable the virtual delegates to have to use the platform to engage with Q&A sessions via chat.
Right.
So that is, it's the bottom level, but for some associations that actually is enough, because the hybrid model can be priced here, but it can equally be priced here. And there are so many things in between. But if you can, for certain educational knowledge sharing events, the lower bracket pricing is sufficient. And, it's a big market.
That's good to hear. Lee, can we come to you? As a collection of specialised venues, what would you advise our IACC members are the most important buying criteria for clients currently in your experience?
Yeah, I absolutely concur with what Matt was saying in terms of rates, flexibility. I think as well value rather than bottom line cost savings. I think people want to see that they are receiving value, but risk and safety and security is featuring incredibly high on people's agenda, not just sustainability. With the ISO 31030 travel risk management, which came out a couple of weeks ago, corporates are looking at all aspects of risks and safety and security, and none of the venues in the room need reminding of the challenges that we're all facing at the moment in terms of resource and being able to fill vacancies. And we have gaps at the moment within our offering and our service delivery, and being able to manage customers' expectations and being able to walk them through what could have been an event 18 months ago, maybe differently, even in the short term in terms of their expectations of delivery, but also helping them to recognize that return on investment is also about return on experiences. And we were talking earlier about, the outcomes for events, but ultimately everybody wants to make sure that they get a return on their experience. So from a delegate's perspective, if they're making that travel, they're getting up early, they're attending a meeting, an event, they want to actually feel at the end of it that it was worth their while rather than doing what I'm doing and dialing in now. So I think we all have a part to play. We are an incredibly robust industry and very resilient industry. We've been through a hell of a challenge in the last 18, 19 months. We're coming back, and all of a sudden it's coming back with absolute vengeance in terms of inquiries coming in. The conversion of them is probably not where we want it to be, but actually the staffing levels are not helping either. So we're in a perfect storm at the moment, but actually there is the appetite. We're all in it together to be able to come out of it. And for me, overall, is that we want to return to live, and we want to be able to go back and showcase that actually that live events do underpin the growth that we desperately need in terms of our economy, but also in terms of learning and product knowledge and products coming out into the marketplace. And it is in the eyes of all adversity, as Matt said, there is opportunities, and it's for all of us to grab those opportunities and just to showcase why live is the delivery of meetings and events for the future.
Excellent. Brilliant. Thank you. Have you got anything to add before we start and open up the questions to the floor? No? So I'm sure you've all got loads of questions to ask our expert panel. Please go ahead. Oh, Michael, you can.
Gail, you mentioned the point about getting in Edinburgh, getting into high-tech space. And I find it a very dangerous and risky area for venues to get into. A, because it is high cost, but it's equally high risk. When I work with clients, I find Zoom is not acceptable in many organizations. Then you've got to swap to Teams, or they want Cisco, or they want WebEx, or Amazon Chime, and all of these different platforms, or self-built ones that people have made that are absolutely incredible. So one of the things that we were talking around at our table over lunch was the idea of venues sourcing in the AV and tech to come in, but not actually owning it themselves, but rather taking a commission on it. Would that make sense?
That would make sense. And actually, I think that was the arrangement that this venue had, and I didn't make that clear. They had actually developed a partnership with someone locally. So yes, and I met with that tech team when he had the show round. So we haven't actually used it yet, but yes. And so there was going to be an opportunity to change things. It wasn't just because that is the risk, isn't it? That you get everything fitted in and then actually things change dramatically. It was more of a permanent partnership. So yes.
Perfect.
So yeah, thank you for clarifying that.
No, not a problem at all.
Yeah.
And if I may just follow
Yes.
up on that through Evelyn,
Yes.
because it's an Abbott question as well in
Yes.
that respect. You know, this is an extremely expensive operation that we're running.
Yes.
Is it appropriate for Abbott to offer this to all venues? Is it cost effective for the regular average client? I don't know what the back end costs were, so I'd like to know that just to see what it's like working with a hybrid solution, if you would.
There are many levels on what we can bring in and what we can deliver as an audiovisual company, as it was said as well by the panel members here. And sometimes it is, and like today we have a tech team here, but it's not flying in from Belgium. It's a local tech team, and it's local equipment that we sourced here. So all of that is possible. We work with Abbott globally, doing multi-hub meetings in Asia, in Indonesia, in Dubai, and all of these countries, connecting these countries with Europe, with the States, etc., etc. And we always look at what is available locally. Who is there? Who can we train? We train these technicians online. They get briefings online. They are in a mutual WhatsApp group with their director. The same for this event. Our director, he could have been here in the UK. He could have been in Sweden, but he decided, and we decided that he could eventually also stay in Belgium and run it from there, which we are doing actually now. And it works. You know, there's so much, that you can do remotely, so that you don't necessarily need to fly these technicians around the world. The same for equipment, the same for local engineers. That is all feasible, and that makes us, very flexible partner to partner with.
So really, just venues need to have the broadband width to be set up, ready to go, and then partner with a good partnership. I mean, Warwick, we've got our own, but Abbott would come in. So there's not a major amount of investment needed to be able to deliver great hybrid events.
Yes, true. And for example, we did an 18-hub meeting, and that was a combination of us flying technicians with suitcase and backpacks with equipment to venues, but also local equipment and all of that, and local engineers. And the only thing that we did is the preparation. In the preparation, we check all of those 18 venues, and we run an internet test with them remotely again. And they show us the room, they show us what they have in-house in terms of projectors and screens and lights and stuff like that, all the bigger gear. And then we tell them, it's a go or it's a, red light. And we go back to our clients saying, sorry, but for that and that and that venue, we didn't have this broadband internet that we require. We don't have a good screen or projector in place. And then they go back to their venues saying, okay, can you upgrade? And then we do a retest. We go back to them once they install the internet that we require. We test it again. Once they install the projector and the screen that we require, they showcase us again, what they have. And then we go with it, and it's working fine.
Amazing. Excellent. So listen, you've got Lee Cowshaw here. I'm sure you don't normally get the opportunity to talk to Lee and Rose and Matt. Have anybody got any more questions? Rachel. Oh, sorry, Dave. Ladies first. Ladies first. I'm not sure. Yes.
So I think this might be a bit for Lee and Matt in terms of price. We heard the PwC hotel forecast report this week, and there were some encouraging messages that came out of that. One of the interesting ones I thought was that there was quite a strong message for hoteliers to increase price or keep, not have this spiral that we saw before in terms of the downward spiral of price. With the supply chain issues, with staff issues and obviously the charges for staff and the continued COVID cleaning, it might be a bit of an all-room question really, but do we think that is something we can achieve? What do you think in terms of, price is going to have to increase? Because otherwise people just aren't going to be able to survive venues.
Let's go to Lee with that question.
Great question, Rachel. And it was a great webinar as well from PwC, and as you say, encouraging in terms of their statistics. But I think that, we've been in a spiral before the pandemic where we're in price wars with a venue down the road or a hotel down the road. And where before it was always about the bottom line cost, and procurement were interested in the bottom line cost savings. I think there are so many different factors involved now in decision making processes, with whether it's travel, accommodation, with meetings, where it's so much more than the cost. It is about the safety and the security and sustainability, as we talked about, and that people want to feel that their delegates are safe in your venues, and that does come at a cost. So you can have that at that price, but actually you're going to have to go to that venue down the road, or it's going to have to be another tube stop out. And it's about education to corporates, and it's very difficult because we've all been through, cash has been really key for all businesses, and it will continue to be. I mean, it is every day, but at the moment with the recovery, it's been, even more focused on. But there are so many different measurements to satisfaction, whether that's employee satisfaction, than just cost and remuneration. And I think, we have to stand together as an industry to say it is okay for us to walk away from business if it doesn't affect or it doesn't impact into our rate strategies. But also the corporates recognise that, and I think now is the greatest opportunity to look at the dynamic corporate pricing over fixed rates for corporate rates, because the volumes are not there and they're not going to be back for some time. And in certain locations, with so many people working from home now, they're saying the new Tuesday, Wednesday is the norm of key nights, where Thursday was dropping off and Monday was dropping off because people just don't want to travel on those days or be working from home. So I know it's probably a long-winded answer, Rachel, but I think now's the time for us to stand together and to look at, actually, they are the costs, and they are fair costs for us to charge based on all the factors that we've got going on.
Brilliant. David.
Hello, mine's probably a bit of a follow-on from that. We've got less people attending the events now. They want potentially more distancing. They want more opportunities to interact because they're doing less meetings, attending less meetings. Does that mean people are going to stay longer for meetings? Does it mean they're going to have dinners at the last night and perhaps have a breakfast the following day so we can sell our venues for the extra time? That's the question.
Back to Lee.
Yeah, that's fine. I think, people are saying now is that rather than doing 7 long hauls a year now, people will be doing 2 and actually bolting on. And I think it's the same for conferences, is that utilising time wisely. And as Matt was saying, we've all identified from sitting at home and watching TV of just looking at experience how precious time is, that actually by bolting things on and doing a dinner the night before, or doing a team building, or getting together with people, I think absolutely. And I think, again, from a venue's perspective, we need to be proactive in offering that they may only want that day and that meeting for that many people, but actually, have you considered, or other companies are doing this to really take advantage of our space, and actually by providing them with opportunist purchasing factors. So, you can have this of what you've asked, but if you could bolt on this and this could actually deliver that, I think it's much more about the consultative approach and getting people to buy into the experience rather than just what they've asked for.
Brilliant. Thanks, Lee. I think that's all we've got time for. So thank you once again. Thanks, Lee, so much for taking the time to join us. And Rose and Matt, thank you for your time.
Thank you. That's terrific. We're running very nicely to time. We're going to link up with Stockholm in just over 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. So it is all systems go. Just give us 2 minutes while we re-establish the links with Stockholm, and then we'll go live on time at 1:30. I love the way you're all running the agenda so brilliantly. Gail, Lee, Matt, Rose, all of you on the team there, thank you so much. Brilliant stuff.
Just giving that gift.
The scores are actually quite even. It's 2
Right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much indeed as we're joined together now following our individual breakout educational sessions. Lovely to have you back in Stockholm. I believe you've been singing over there. So we had such an incredible session here with a question and answer thing going on about the industry that we forgot to learn a song. So, and besides, you've got ABBA, so that's okay. We just don't know the words to Adele's new song yet, but we know what's going to be #1 at Christmas, even though ABBA have released a new song themselves this week, apparently. So it doesn't matter. But I hope you had a good time. We've had a good time here as well. And what I'd like to do now, before I bring Mark back to the stage, is just say a big thank you to Maria McKee and the team from Ivy, the cloud-based property management system, who've been sponsoring us both in Stockholm and here in Warwick as well. And thank you very much indeed for that. May we give her a round of applause, please. Thank you. And so, right on time, let's bring Mark Cooper back to the stage as he has a very special introduction to make. Mark, over to you.
But we're tinged with a little bit of sadness because it was our hope and ambition right up to the 11th hour to be able to welcome this person in person to join us. For anyone who's been to an IACC conference before, the perspective from individuals, from leaders around the world is the whole reason for being a part of this community. So it's really important for us to be able to bring in to all the chapter initiatives, that global perspective from IACC, that incredible group of people that are a part of our global board, which are Peter Alliers, Lotta Bowman, Benjamin Abertan and Alan Corlett from the UK, who look at the big picture in regards to IACC. And for a great group of leaders, we need a great team leader there. So Mr. Sean Anderson, Global President of IACC, we welcome him all the way from, well, I think it's Ohio today, but he could be literally anywhere in the US, to bring that US perspective, to bring that vision for IACC Global. Ladies and gentlemen, Sean Anderson, Global President of IACC.
Hi, everybody. Thanks, Mark. So I was listening on one of the breakouts, and I decided I think the discussion was in and around some hybrid events. So I brought my own green screen, Mark. And for years, I've been asking you about that stunt double. Maybe you could just mask in some other picture behind me that would kind of liven things up. So I'm ready when you are. I'm going to move ahead, and if you choose to, Superman or something, fun like that to superimpose, I'm good to go. Before we get into anything else, though, I first want to raise what to me really is one of the most important issues of the day. And I know that this is a very forward-thinking and enthusiastic, positive group. And so I'm going to beg your pardon just for a moment while we look backward. And that's looking backward purely, of course, in the spirit of moving forward. And I need you to follow with me and reflect for just a moment on what we've been through these past 18 months or so. Now, you remember from the first news of COVID, leading to eventual venue and even entire neighborhood closures, the pain of the endless staffing cuts and other personal losses that we all felt. I just, for a moment, need you to go back in your mind to what you personally were managing last March. And I mean March 2020, June, November, December, even up through today for some of us. Because it's against that backdrop that your global and your chapter boards, our CEO, the staff, the volunteers did maybe their best work ever. They were really all managing that same sad day to day as every one of us. And they found the strength and the resilience to lead IACC through. IACC, our chapters, our global team, our friends and family, right across Europe, Australia, Asia Pacific, the Americas, never missed a call for what some of them was in the middle of the night. They never missed a meeting. They dug deep, and they found resources to learn from each other, to share answers, and to share those with IACC. That really is the true spirit of IACC. And so please, I ask if we could take a moment and let's recognize those amazing contributions of this team. Okay, thank you. Thanks for all the help and recognizing that incredible team. And now I want to turn our sights to the future, from what I've heard called the golden age of meetings. Now, this is not about a return to normal, whatever that is. This is about how the top 1% of venues in the world are going to help reinvent small to mid-sized meetings. For the production crew, I would ask if you could take my picture down off of this just to be able to enlarge the presentation, because we're going to go through some slides here, and they're going to be, a bit on the smaller side, and I'd like for as many people to be able to read those as possible. But I'll wait for you to do that, and then we'll dig into the next slide. We can go forward here. Okay. Yeah, great. And if we move along, if there's any way to enlarge that, you may need to do that later. But a great place to start here is maybe with some news headlines. Call this the news of the day, if you will. And I'm going to give you a minute to skim these. I love that first one, by the way, that says top talent is shrinking. Who knew that one of our challenges, I guess, top talent is not quite as tall as they used to be? Who knew? But I'll let you read through these and just take a moment and pause on that last one. As you read them, if you raise your hand or smash that like button, whatever it is that lets you know that these are familiar to you, because they should be. Everything that you see here is 7 or 8 years old. This information is old information. I point to that one about hybrid space at the end, because that's from our friends at Electromedia Design. They've been IACC members for over 20 years. And Jeff Lowther wrote an article about that piece that you see right there over 10 years ago. And so what I love is the top venue operators in the world, the breakout that I saw today, aren't sitting here to resolve these issues, which we see in the news today. We're actually working on issues that are far past this. And I want to share instead some information that absolutely does drive our focus. You'll see here some captures from a couple of various different polls, particularly the one on the top left there, that you got to let that sink in. There's a recent poll that says association meeting attendance was up 50% in 2020, 50%. And of course, other information that you see here, right? 50% of hospitality workers not thinking to come back to their former job, and maybe even a third say that they don't want to return to the industry. A lot of venues are experiencing these effects right now, and so we want to look at maybe some of the feeders and some of the drivers behind that. If we could go to the next slide, please. What you see here, and I hope this is large enough for you to see, but the punchline is really in the middle of this, which talks about year over year, the increase in people's comfort level in attending a conference. And it is up some 20 points to right around 80% across all those countries that you see at the top. And that's overall comfort level at attending a conference. These polls come courtesy of our friends at Sodexo Live and Harris Interactive. Then we're going to change to something else. But if we go to the next slide, so the next question is, well, when are they comfortable? And again, in the spirit of just helping read through this quickly, we've shaded the top two boxes there because those numbers add up to about 40%. And that's the number of people who are ready to go and get out to these conferences right now. This poll that you see here is dated 1 month ago. And those top two, those top two boxes are everybody that's ready to go in the next 3 months. So that would be before the end of the calendar, right? That's a lot of people, and they're ready to get going right now. If we go to the next slide, this talks a little bit about hybrid. Again, in the interest of time, what you see on the left, this was one of the breakouts that I was listening, at least at the point I came in, they were discussing hybrid and the question of whether planners and buyers are aware of hybrid and is it on their mind. That's the larger, darkest part of that circle that you see there on the left. And if we could go to the next slide, you'll see how many of those respondents said they believe that hybrid in some way is going to stick around longer term. This is not just a short-term immediate solution. So that's some 60% of planners and buyers saying, yeah, I'm interested. I understand hybrid in some way. I'm going to fill this in and make it a part of my program for the foreseeable future. Can we jump to the next slide? Please, thanks. And we're going to change gears. This comes from our friends at Cvent. Again, this might be a bit difficult to read on the screen, but we can pass these around later for sure. But what this tells us is, what are some of the elements that influence? Now we know that people are ready, and there's 80% ready to get to meetings, and most of them ready to come back right now. So what are they looking for when they're sourcing venues? What are the most important elements of sourcing the venue? And if you're not already on the virtual site visit process, you need to get there because that's what is here to stay, and that's what ranked number one, right? Feedback on virtual site tours is incredibly positive. Holdovers from what we've always experienced, right? Customer service, and existing relationships finishes at top scores here, and then also that technology piece. Those are the elements that end up, whether it's hybrid or just a higher level of technology expertise. Those are the most important elements when buyers are shopping for a venue. I want to call out a couple of interesting points on this slide. So if we could go to the next slide. So that's where venue cost finishes. I heard, I think it was Rachel was talking in one of the sessions about the cost and where we are in pricing. We see a disconnect for sure between small to mid-sized regional meetings and the strength of pricing there versus events right now with rooms attached. And you're absolutely right. On the room side, it's a bit softer and less aggressive, but on the meeting side, it is not. And the good thing to see against that, right? And that's for supply chain issues and everything else. Yield management is what goes into that. But what's good to see here is what's held through is the fact that it's really a value discussion, not a straight up cost discussion. I think we can get lost in some of that because that may not be some of the noise and some of the feedback you see right now. But when you ask the buyers, there are elements more important to them than cost. And the other interesting piece, one more forward on this slide, if you don't mind. This is where safety and health guidelines finished on this list. And I call this out because I want to be very careful. That safety and health guidelines, you could put that in a category of, well, I guess it's not important. That's not the feedback that we're hearing. The feedback that we're hearing is it doesn't score as high on these results because it's table stakes. If you can't do this, you won't even get the call. And so it's not as high on the priority list because it's assumed not only are you doing well with it, but you're advancing that information to people ahead of the conference so that they don't have any question. So we could head forward. Yeah, please. Thank you. And so how does IACC reinvent and create a better meeting environment based on this information? How do we take what we've learned through the last 18 months and then build back better? You're experiencing one of those innovations right now, right? This concept of IACC multi-pod meetings, where we bring the best elements of live face-to-face with a truly innovative hybrid environment with the goal of creating a more interactive, more engaging, and more inclusive meetings. We're also doubling down on a better tomorrow, IACC's commitment to social responsibility. We're going to truly harness the power of bringing people together as we recover from the COVID crisis. Now, all of this starts with our people pillar, where we stress the importance of educating and sharing ideas to affect the entire industry and drive real change where people meet. Our environment pillar, where our efforts at reducing food waste and serving as responsible stewards of the Earth's precious resources, and that's where the top 1% of meeting venues on the planet come together to help make a better planet. Our community pillar, where our focus is on the communities where we work and live and meet, supporting our neighborhoods and a commitment to actively creating better diversity, equity, and inclusion. We saw real strength here, right, throughout the COVID crisis. And this all starts with a strategy for reskilling and retraining our teams for a better tomorrow. You see here the backdrop for our copper skillet. We've got a big announcement there in a moment, so stay tuned. We've also put high stakes on creating our annual knowledge fests and conferences, where we assemble the best and the brightest together to network, learn, and collaborate. Here's a brief highlight of the 2022 IACC Americas Connect. Stay tuned. So I promised a big announcement, and you may have pieced this together already, but in 2022, we are taking all that Vegas has to offer, and IAC is raising the ante. We know our Copper Skillet is a highlight member activity. Not just the incredible food, but also the career growth and retention, the networking, the competition, and the engagement for everyone who participates. So in 2022, IAC is investing in our largest global competition ever. Up to 14 chefs will participate as country winners from Canada, US, the North Sea region, UK, Denmark, Sweden, and Australia. The country winners will punch their golden ticket to the global finals. All while being part of IAC has never been more valuable for our members. The value of the brotherhood, the sisterhood, your IAC family, your value as a resource, and the collective passion and the genius of the top 1% of meeting venues. I have never been more proud as we look to reopen and reinvent the best experience never imagined. So thank you for your time, and I'm going to go to the production team. You're welcome for this in advance. I'm going to go off script for just a second. And some of you are sitting in the presence of royalty. I don't know if you know that. So I'm going to end today right where we started with some congratulations. And that is for Lotta Bowman. I see you out there, and everybody give Lotta a big round of applause. She's the 2021 Events Industry Council Global Award winner for sustainability. Lotta, we are so proud to be here with you and to have you in our group. We learned so much from you. We really love your passion. So thank you for setting us all straight, getting us on the right track, and congratulations for your recognition. Thank you.
Sean, you're free to go to breakfast. It's now 8:46 in Ohio. So,
Yeah,
wow.
thank you.
And believe me, you've got a great day ahead because we've had a great day here. So it's all pretty cool. You know, I think the words of Sean are absolutely very, very apt indeed, ladies and gentlemen. When you think about what it is that we have an opportunity to do now, he said to create new, modern, relevant experiences. And in many respects, you're going to be competing with a brand new competitor as we move into 22 and beyond. You're going to be competing with bland, empty, dry office spaces, which a lot of organizations think they're going to reconfigure to have less people sitting at their desks full time and open up their own dull, boring, dry meeting rooms, which will be about the equivalent of going to a Premier Inn for an event, basically. But it's going to be a competitor for you at those kind of levels. And you need to make sure that you're offering, as Sean says, those modern, relevant experiences so that you don't end up as just a normal bland room that people consider they can actually use and fill with speakers, a couple of screens, and a little bit of a Zoom link. There's a lot that we could do together. So thank you to that. We're moving on beautifully on time, ladies and gentlemen. And now we're going to introduce our second keynote speaker. She's live with us here in Warwick. Helen Moon from Eventwell is here with us. Helen is going to be talking about turning mental health awareness into action. And there's been a global drive, as we're all aware now, to think about knowing more about mental health, obviously heightened not only by the pandemic, which we've all felt across our organizations, but it also has the potential to beat the stigma associated with and having to seek care for a mental health condition. There's never been a better time to talk about this, and we've never had a better presenter to do so. Helen is a qualified events and marketing professional. Her career goes back, it tells me here, Helen, 25 years. You started work when you were 6. That's amazing. Okay, I'm impressed by that. She's worked in the Northwest for Marriott and Paramount Hotels, in London with the likes of Millennium and Park Plaza Hotels, as well as the Barbican Centre. She's been an event marketing director, managing event programs and digital marketing, and has recently worked as marketing and communication manager for the Royal Greenwich Heritage Trust. But in 2017, she founded the event industry's mental health and well-being charitable organization. And that's why she's here today representing Eventwell to talk to us about turning mental health awareness into definitive action. Let's give her a warm round of applause, please. Helen.
Thank you very much. After that introduction, do I have to follow that? Thank you very much, Michael. It's a pleasure to be here, and especially with everything that you have coming up as an association. It's great for Eventwell to be with you now on that journey as an official mental health and wellbeing partner, here to help advise and support and encourage as best as we can to give you guys the information and skills you need to be able to make that sustainable action. There's been lots of talk about sustainability, hasn't there, across today? Sustainability is not just planet, though. Sustainability is people. So you'll all have heard of the Sustainable Development Goals. You'll be aware of those. Number 3 is all about health and well-being. And mental health is included in the SDG number 3, the nice green one. We like green. I still have my green nails for mental health, World Mental Health Day 2 weeks ago. Purposely left it there, although I do need to get it changed. So it's a pleasure, as I said, to be here. Huge hello as well to everybody in Sweden, everybody who's watching now in North America, and as well everybody who's watching virtually from other areas around the world. I feel like I'm in my spiritual home here today. After Michael's introduction, you've obviously heard my background. I am just about coming up to 25 years in the hospitality and events industry. So I started my career at the age of 24. So do the maths. I know I look younger than I do. Don't feel it at times, though, I have to say. But yeah, I feel like I'm in my spiritual home. So I did 17 years in hotels and venues. Operationally, I started operationally. Then I moved to London in 2003. I moved into proactive sales and had the opportunity to work at some new builds refurbishments. So that was my kind of my little piece, if that makes sense. I would move to a property that had refurbished or had freshly been built. Riverbank Park Plaza, you might have heard of that hotel before you had Westminster Bridge Park Plaza. When we opened Riverbank Park Plaza, and I remember on the day of the opening of that hotel, we were about to welcome the NHS Confederation for their event, and we were literally still carrying sofas into that hotel at 6 o'clock in the morning. There was a model of Westminster Bridge Park Plaza in the lobby of that hotel when we opened it. So I've had some fantastic experiences, unforgettable experiences working in the industry. But to bring that question of balance, and particularly from a parent's perspective, and this is one of the things why mental health awareness and looking at well-being now and everything that we've been through as an industry over the past 18 months is fundamentally so important. I came out of hotels and venues in 2015 because of a life choice that I made. That was that I was about to become a mother. And from a flexibility balance perspective, it was no longer feasible for me to be able to work in hotels and venues, and certainly not in proactive sales. So I actually went to the operational side of the industry, and I've worked freelance and done marketing communications since then. So I just want that to be a consideration when we start looking. Remember that consideration of people, balance, people now making different choices, and particularly when we start to bear in mind and start thinking about diversity and inclusion in the workplace, allowing flexible working practices, particularly from my example, speaking from my experience as a working mum, to be able to still do something I love. I've already said, I feel like I'm in my spiritual home. I started in hospitality events. I would have loved to have stayed in hospitality and events for hotels and venues, but unfortunately I couldn't. I felt at the time that I couldn't. So hopefully that's going to change. Okay? But the other side about me, and this is where I want to talk about Event Well for a little bit, and then we'll get on to the juicy keynote stuff. Talk about that. So 25 years in events, but what other people don't know is that I actually have a mental health story as well, which is 30 years living with a mental health condition. Well, 32 years it is now. Although I was aware of it, but I wasn't really aware of the seriousness of it until 2009, when I was actually diagnosed with bipolar disorder. So I've had bipolar since I was 16, but for 20 years I was misdiagnosed, is probably the best way to describe it. And a lot of people who live with mental health conditions will have similar stories, especially bipolar disorder. It's a very misunderstood condition. Most people recognize the depression side of bipolar, but don't recognize the mania. And it was me listening to somebody else's bipolar story in 2009 when I recognized the mania. I remember we work in a fast-paced, very motivating, challenging, long hours, hard work industry. We're all about service. It's driven at the heart of us. When you have a condition like bipolar disorder, that can make things slightly challenging, at times and a little bit tricky. So my help came in 2009, and from that I was able to turn my life around. But previous to that happening in 2009, I struggled. I had periods where I thrived, and I had periods where I was probably just about surviving. but I didn't feel, and there were appointments. I was speaking to my GP. I was going and talking to professionals. There were a number of occasions I had psychiatry appointments set up, but I wouldn't go to them. And the reason I didn't go to them is because of stigma. I didn't want to be perceived as being weak, not being able to do my job, as being an issue that would need. So I wouldn't go, and I wouldn't talk about it. I'd be one of them. Have you all had a colleague that's probably disappeared for 2 weeks unexpectedly? Just suddenly, yeah, where you get your 2-note sign off from the doctors. That generally tends to be what's happening. Someone's been signed off with stress, but you don't know why they're off. They've probably just gone on a last-minute holiday. It's all hush-hush. Nobody talks about it. So on a number of occasions, that's happened to me. On a number of occasions, I've been that colleague that disappeared for 2 weeks. So the turnaround for me was 2009. And from that point, really from my experience, wanting to start something in the industry that would make a difference to other people, my life was turned around and changed by me hearing somebody else's story. So the vision of Eventwell and a lot of the work we do for our outreach education is all based on that philosophy. So when we go out and we talk, I always say when I come to rooms like this and I talk about my personal experience and the work that Eventwell does, if there's one person sat in this room that needs to hear me talk and then goes away and does what they need to do for their mental health, then we have done what we need to do as an organisation. So Eventwell has been born out of that idea, that ethos. In 2016 now, there was a statement that came out. I don't know if everyone remembers it. Well, people in Sweden saw it. In North America, you'll have definitely saw it because it came from there. It stated that event coordination was the 5th most stressful career. Anyone see that? And if you want to tag sustainability in terms of planet on there as well, do you know that the event industry is also the 5th most polluting? 5th most polluting in terms of food waste and single use, and the 5th most stressful. So that's why when we talk about sustainability, it's important that we make sure it's a people and planet approach. Okay. But yes, that was a trigger, to use the word trigger when we're talking about mental health, but that's okay. That was a trigger for me and a group of other people to kind of let's start thinking about having open conversations. Now is the time, because it got people's attention. It wasn't a subject that was ever approached before. It would never come up in events like this. Wasn't even considered, touched on, thought about. The stigma was that bad in our industry previous to 2006, 2017. And then in 2017, I used to run a little networking club called EWL. I have a little thing called social anxiety, which makes this quite tricky at times, but I'm getting more used to it. But I'm not the most, for somebody who's a people person, I've worked in hospitality for years. I'm not the best. I've worked in proactive sales, of course, for 10 years as well. I'm not the best at networking. I'm not a great small talker. So I created a club called EWL Club, and EWL was all about small business lunches wrapped around topics in the industry. You would debate and talk about them, and everyone would network around the table. And at EWL, we trialled a mental health lunch. And it was that popular, we had to turn people away from it. And it was the first time anything like that had ever been held, that we were aware of in the industry, and definitely in the UK, that an open event purely about mental health and well-being had ever been held. And it was almost, no offense to the people that attended, and obviously to us for holding it, but it was like a therapy session. The amount of people that were opening up, and it was like the floodgates open, because it was like a release, just for them to talk about their experiences and what they've been bottling up for years. So from that, the decision was made that we would launch Eventwell. So anybody who knows Paul Colston from Conference News, the ex-editor of Conference News, now at CMW, he came up with the name Eventwell. Bless him, thank you, Paul. And we launched Event Wellbeing Week in September of that year, 2017. So Eventwell was only supposed to be an annual campaign. We were going to have Event Wellbeing Week every year in September, and everyone was going to start talking openly about mental health and wellbeing. But the one thing we did during that week is we carried out research, and we identified that 1 in 3 event professionals, very likely 1 in 3 event professionals are struggling with their mental health and wellbeing every year. Now, if you compare that to figures in the UK with Mind that state that it's 1 in 6 for people in work, it's double the rate for people who work in hospitality and events. And if you speak to people that are purely hospitality, the figure coincides with that as well. They said the same, 1 in 3. So we knew from that first Event Wellbeing Week, the issue was maybe a little bit bigger than we were really expecting it to be. And that's why EventWell as a social enterprise was born. So we were incorporated in October 2017. We took our time though. We carried on doing Event Wellbeing Week each year. So next year will be our 6th year of campaigning with Event Wellbeing Week. And we've added Event Wellbeing Day in March to the outreach education program as well. We really took our time to kind of listen to what people in the industry needed and wanted. We don't want to go running in there, guns are blazing, hitting people over the back of the head with clubs, so you've been making people ill for years kind of stuff, stop it off. We didn't want to have that approach at all. So we've taken it slowly and gently, which is why I'm guessing there's probably a few of you in the room that you may have heard of us, you may not have heard of us. And then really it was May 2019 that we got going, trading properly, and then wham, 8 months later, COVID. And that's kind of really, in a way, and a blessing for us. COVID has shaped who we are as a charitable organisation. So anybody who knows anything about social enterprises, you worked with social enterprises before? We're the kind of new emerging charitable organisation that's coming on the landscape. So 50% of what we do is commercial, but it's social impact focused. So it will have a charitable side to it. So the idea of our commercial activities, any profits, trading profits that come from our commercial activity, is invested into our outreach charitable work. So there's a number of different sides to what we do, which I'll come into in a second. Okay. But for us, COVID it's hit us just as hard as it's hit the rest of the industry, and really kind of opened our eyes as well in terms of how essential and vital the work is that we're doing, and how much there's a hell of a lot of people out there that need support and help, which is why the conversations that we've been having for nearly 5 years now, I think someone was saying about talking about hybrid events. It is true, we have been talking about hybrid events for over 10 years, if everybody remembers that. And sustainability events started in about 2007, 2008 with the BS 8901 that was being developed for the Olympics. At my time at the Barbican was when we were starting those conversations. So all of this stuff that's hot topic now, in all fairness, we've been talking about it for a long time. But we're very good at talking about things in the events industry. Sometimes we're not so great at action. So it's time now, with everything that the industry has been through the past 18, 19 months, to really now take that awareness and start to turn it into action. So a little bit what EventWell does. As a social enterprise, as I said, there's the trading aspect to what we do, and that looks like workplace wellbeing programs. And we have our new Quiet Room and Event Hub service, which I'll come on to in a second. Our workplace wellbeing programs are not just about yoga classes and mindfulness classes and workshops and masterclasses. We do all that, and they're amazing. You need to come and try them out. They are great. But fundamentally, what our workplace wellbeing programs are about is about embedding the mental health core standards of the Thriving at Work review. So if you haven't had an opportunity to read that report, again, it came out in 2017. It's not a new report. It's nearly 5 years old. Have a read of it. It was commissioned by the UK government. And out of the Thriving at Work review were the 6 core mental health standards. They have since been developed by Mind into the mental health at work commitment. And we help event organisations embed the 6 core mental health standards framework into their organisations. And that's about embedding safe, psychologically safe cultures and environments that support your people so you are able to get the best out of them, and they are able to give the best to you. They're likely to want to stay with you, to build careers with you, because you're looking after them and making them feel important. So that's what we do from a workplace wellbeing perspective. Our event hubs and our quiet rooms, this is a new service that we launched in September. So we piloted our first one in September at Excel London. Has anybody heard of DSEI? So it's Military Arms Fair that happened in London this year. Did anybody see it on the news? The people who are watching in London with the protests. We were there. We were in the venue. with our mental health first aiders. So basically, has anybody heard of a quiet room? Has anybody heard of Mind and Young Minds in the UK talking about hubs? Hubs are coming on the lot, hubs, mental health hubs. A mental health hub at an event works in exactly the same way. They're not just about looking after your team, they're about looking after your attendees and your visitors and the people who are coming to your hotels and venues as well. Okay, so about those people. 1 in 4 of us, if you think about your visitors, people that are coming to your venues, 1 in 4 will be experiencing some kind of mental health that they'll have to manage. 1 in 4. Because remember, it takes it down to the general statistic, the 1 in 4, not necessarily the 1 in 6, which is the people in work. That's for your team, the 1 in 6 for the people who are working for you. 1 in 7 people are neurodivergent. Does anybody know what that involves? Yes. So anybody who is autistic, has Asperger's, is dyslexic, has ADHD, they fall under the neurodivergent bracket. And the new generations that are coming into the workplace are more attuned to neurodiversity than the older generations might be. And traditionally, those people have been missed. It's very challenging. Has anybody ever come across someone who's autistic who plans to go to an event and know what that feels like for that person to attend that event? Every single thing they do will be planned to meticulous detail. In terms of the journey to get to the venue, where they need to get to inside the venue, where exactly the room is, where they need to get to drop everything. From getting the train to the venue, they'll know exactly what time they have to be at the train station, what time they have to be stood on a platform, whereabouts on the platform they need to be stood for the door, what times the train's going to arrive at the other. Everything will be planned to meticulous detail. So they have one thing that will throw them off their plan or route of action, it can throw them into distress. So quiet rooms and mental health, you have a space, a safe space at that arriving venue for that person to be able to go and sit down with a mental health first aider or someone who's trained in terms of how to offer that support. That can really put that person back on track, calms them, but also people with mental health conditions as well. Just simple things such as, for myself with bipolar disorder, because of the level of anxiety and stuff that I can get as well, just access to a decaf drink, because I can't drink caffeine, because it makes me poorly, basically, in a nutshell. So one of the things we have in quiet rooms is make sure that decaf options are available, so you can just sit down and have a decaf drink and sit and talk to somebody if need be. At DSCI London, just to give you an indication of how needed that service was and how essential it was, we supported someone who was suicidal. We supported somebody who was an ex-addict, who'd been clean for 3 years, and just being back in an event environment was being triggered. And all the time that person was there, all he wanted to do was have a drink. So he was told, every time you feel triggered, you come back here, sit down with us, we'll take care of you. There was another exhibitor who'd had a nervous breakdown 2 weeks prior and needs to make calls to a therapist. And just on 2 occasions, she just came in and had a sleep because she was exhausted. Event environments they're busy, they're hectic, they're tiring, they're exhausting, not just for us as the organisers and people who are servicing those events, but the people who are attending them. My husband put it in terms of, he loves the idea of the quiet rooms, not just because he's married to me, but just because he doesn't work in our industry. But every year, there's 2 big events that he has to attend. One is IBC in Amsterdam. He works in broadcasting media, by the way. And one is NAB in Vegas. And when he was younger, it was fun. Now, when it's 10, 12 years that he's been going to these events, it's like, oh. And his perspective from somebody outside of the industry and working for an organisation like Arkiva he works for, who are making business decisions now on what is the value of our people going to that event. How safe, and psychological safety falls under health and safety as well. How safe is that event for my people to go to? So when we're thinking about health and safety at events, we also need to be adding mental safety into that equation, particularly because of higher anxiety levels, higher levels of mental illness, and particularly because of what's happened over the last 19 months. Okay? So our quiet room service is something to really consider, but just ensuring that mental health first aid is available at all events now, in the same way that you'd ensure that a physical health first aider. You wouldn't run an event without a physical first aid on site. You wouldn't be able to open your venue without a physical first aider on site legally. It should be the same for mental health first aiders. So just a consideration. And then obviously that stuff we do, that's the trading side of what we do. And then the charitable side of what we do is our outreach education. So I've mentioned Event Wellbeing Day, Event Wellbeing Week. So make sure you get involved in those next year. But the really important side of what we do, and this is what was shaped for us with COVID, is pledge. So over the last 12 months, we've probably helped over 300 people and given out over £30,000 in financial aid. And that's grocery shops, small relief, hardship grants, childcare packages, talking therapies. There's 3 people we're helping at the moment where we're paying for their therapy. And every week we get applications for grocery shops. So the work that we do from a trading perspective, the profits, and people make donations and fundraise for us as well, that work goes into there. So we see the very hard facts of what the last 18 to 19 months has done to the industry, because we're hearing it from the horse's mouths of how hard hit and how people have been impacted. And the people as well that are leaving the industry because they're not quite sure if they can come back, not quite sure if they can do it again. We hear that a lot. Okay. So that's a little bit about us and what we do. So I'm here, as I said, to talk about mental health awareness and kind of turn it into action. As I said, we've done a lot over the last kind of 5, 6 years of kind of talking about mental health awareness, what it is. We still need a lot more of that talking to happen because there's still so much stigma that happen in our personal lives. We're probably a little bit ahead in terms of that stigma and discrimination, but in work, we still haven't made enough groundwork, okay? The stigma kind of issues are still a little bit higher. So let's have a look about what we're going to talk about today. My slides there. Yes. Oh, was that me or was that you? Was that you? Okay, so I'm not quite sure if this is working. So what are we going to cover today? Next. Thank you. So we're going to have a look at mental health as a cornerstone of organisational strategy and policy and why it even matters. And next one, please. We're going to have a look at those 6 core mental health standards and the framework and the mental health at work commitments. Okay. And then we're going to have a look at mental health and its real impact on organisation and culture and the bottom line. And then we're going to finish off with a little bit of what's next for professionals, for event employers, and also for the event industry as a whole. Okay. The next slide. So time for an audience poll. Hi. So answer truthfully. You should be able to do this in your Slido app. So if you get that app out, I'm going to the question come up. There we go. Here it is. So this would be interesting to see what everyone puts. So have you experienced poor mental health in the last 12 months? And answer truthfully. This is a safe space. There's no names or anything going up anywhere. So nobody's going to know what your answer is. I'll try not to go that way too much. Keep going off there. Okay. Has everyone answered? Still people? 46.
About 46 is right.
About right? Excellent. That pretty much is where I expected it to be. So those statistics that I gave you, so the 1 in 4, the 1 in 6, they were pre-pandemic. When you speak to Minds now, Minds say that those mental health kind of numbers are anything between 2/3, to 1 in 2 to 2/3. Okay, particularly with younger people. And bearing in mind that we are a young industry, we have a lot of young people working in our industry. So this stuff that I'm about to talk about is even more important, because young people are more susceptible to poor mental health, and they're less likely to put their hand up if they don't feel psychologically safe to be able to do so. So our responsibility as employers is in making sure that we're creating environments where they feel psychologically safe to be able to do so. Just as a young person who's lived, I don't know what it's like not to live with poor mental health. So I can speak from a young person's experience. It is crippling. Really, really hard and crippling to live your life like that and to live with mental illness. So we have a responsibility as employers, as event leaders, to do what we can for them and for the future generations that are coming in that have got a completely different mindset to any of us had when we started in terms of how important this stuff is. Okay. Next slide, please. So those figures are right where I expected them to be. So why does mental health matter? So basically, it's because of this. So workplaces that support and promote mental health and people with mental health disorders are more likely to reduce absenteeism, increase productivity, and benefit from economic gain, period. The productivity increase from just supporting mental health and having open conversations about mental health is 12%. Who could all do with a 12% increase in productivity right now? I dare anyone to say no. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. Let's have a look at some statistics. So globally, there is an estimated 264 million people who suffer from depression. Bearing in mind that we've got how many people are in the world? 7.8 billion, in the world. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of perspective in terms of what that looks like. That percentage is roughly about 3.8% of people globally with depression alone, not anything else. I'll give you a little bit of just a kind of balance so you can see what that kind of looks like. Let's have a talk about cancer. What do you think that percentage might be for cancer? Anybody want to throw a number at me? Not far off. Did someone say 1?
No more.
It's 1.5. 1.5% for cancer. Okay. So, just next slide, please. And these are statistics from the World Health Organization as well, by the way. So you know that these are backed. Depression and World Health Organization have been warning about this for a long time. Depression is now one of the leading causes of disability in the world today. Just 5 years ago, they were warning that it was going to be. It now is. You know, that's the seriousness of it. Next slide. Many are also suffering from symptoms of anxiety. Depression's best friend. The best BFFs. You generally don't tend to see one without the other. And they're lovely, tend to be trouble wherever they go, to be honest with you. Anxiety is just as crippling as depression, if not more at times. It's very serious thing to consider. So next slide, please. The cost of depression and anxiety to the global economy, because we have an international audience with us today, is roughly $1 trillion a year in productivity loss alone. So it's not even absenteeism and all the other things, just in productivity loss alone. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. There we go, just catch up. Work is good for our mental health, but a negative working environment can lead to those physical and mental health problems. Okay. It can also result in the harmful use of substances and or alcohol. So anybody aware of kind of alcohol problems and substance abuse within their venues from a HR perspective? Anybody that might be managing with? It is a big problem in our industry, particularly hospitality and events, the venue kind of side of the industry. Okay. So it's not just the absenteeism and the lost productivity. Harassment and bullying at work are commonly reported problems. They can have a substantially adverse impact on mental health. This is probably one of the things that we hear about most commonly when people call us for support and come to us for advice and signposting is harassment and bullying that they're experiencing. Okay, or they feel that they're being harassed and bullied. Okay. And then, of course, with any kind of mental health kind of conversation, it's that risk of unemployment. And then you get caught in a loop, a vicious circle, because 1 in 6 for people in work immediately turns into 1 in 4 for people in the general population, including people out of work. And from there's 5 elements of well-being. The top one is career well-being. That's the most important to us. All any of us really ever want is just a good job. So you can see what that impact of being out of work will immediately do on somebody's mental health and well-being. Okay. Next slide, please. There are many risk factors that may present themselves in the working environment. Most relate to interactions between the types of work, the organisation, the managerial environment, skills and competencies of employees, particularly for new people coming into the industry that don't necessarily have that confidence, for people that have been in the industry for longer, and then of course the support that's available for employees to be able to carry out their job and their work. A person may have the skills to complete the tasks, but too few resources to do what's required, or they might have unsupportive managerial or organisational practices. There may also be limited opportunities for them to participate in decision-making, and especially in decision-making that relates to their job and their work. So control becomes an issue. And there's a lot of mental health conditions out there are actually nothing to do, if you think of some of the eating disorders, are actually nothing to do with food and all to do with control. Okay. So you can see how you can have an effect on different people's lives. There may be adequate health and safety policies in place, but then low levels of support for employees. So he's looking at that as well. Inflexible working hours, poor communication and management processes and practices, unclear tasks or organisational objectives. Does any of this sound familiar to anybody? Okay. Somewhere you might have worked in the past, or maybe even now. Can we do the next slide, please? Okay. So risks may be increased in situations where there's a lack of team cohesion or social support, or job contents unsuitable for the tasks for a person's competencies, or high or unrelenting workload. Workload. It's probably the thing we're hearing the most at the moment as well. Workload. Everybody's under strain, everybody's under pressure. It's something that's happening across our industry, not within the venue kind of side of our industry. The supply chain has been obliterated. Our organisers, our clients, your potential clients, the agencies, the corporate organisers are all feeling the same strain. Okay. Bullying and psychological harassment, also known as mobbing. Has anybody heard that word before? There is a name for it. Are commonly reported causes of work-related stress, and that's associated with both psychological and physiological problems. And the health consequences can cost employers in terms of reduced productivity, increased staff turnover, which can turn also into a negative impact on a person's family life and social interactions. So stuff that's happening at work can impact on the person's personal life, and vice versa. Something that's happening in someone's personal life can impact on their work. Well-being at work is not always about work. Well-being at home is not always about home. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. So how do we go about creating a healthy workplace? The most important element of this is the development of strategies and policies in mental health. And this needs to come first before we do anything else. We need to ensure that these are in place first, because nothing will come after if you don't have this in place first. Employees also have a legal duty to look after the health and well-being of their team. And this isn't a new thing. It's almost as old as me. Well, it's a year younger. 1974, the Health and Safety at Work Act. We all follow it meticulously in terms of risk assessments in health and safety, or events in our workplaces. We miss out the little bit about mental safety. That's in there too and always has been. Okay. Creating a healthy workplace is one where workers and managers actively contribute to the working environment by promoting and protecting the health, safety and well-being of all employees. Okay. Next slide, please. And we can actually do this via a three-pronged approach. So looking at this first, number one, is to address mental health problems regardless of the cause. So if somebody's having issues at home and in their personal life, as an employer, still your responsibility to make sure that that person is okay at work, because what I just said, well-being at work is not always about work. And then the 24/7 switched on environment we live in these days with social media, it's not so clear-cut as it used to be when we were all working on factory lines. And it was a lot easier for you to leave your stuff at the doorstep, the polite version, as it used to be. It's very much more difficult for people to do that. And the younger generations, they just don't live their lives like that. It's just not how they function anymore. Okay. So next one, number 2, is about promoting mental health by developing positive aspects of work and the strengths of employees. Okay, so promote. First one is address, second one is promote. And then number 3 is protecting mental health by reducing work-related risk factors, workload, flexible hours. Okay, so to recap then, it's address, promote, protect. So look at that 3-pronged approach first. That's what you need to go for first. Next slide, please. Okay, remember what I said. All anybody really wants is to have a good job. Nobody wants to go to work and be miserable. Nobody gets up in the morning and goes, I really want a really rubbish day today. I'm sick of having good days. Let's have a really... Nobody does that. Good practice is about having a true awareness of the workplace environment and how it can be adapted to promote better mental well-being for different employees. Okay? You can't have one size fits all. It won't work. Okay? It's very individual. People looking after their mental health and well-being, it's exclusive to them. What works for one is not going to work for another person. But it's also about not reinventing the wheel. It's being aware about what other companies are doing, what actions have they taken. So it's about talking to each other, as well as a community and network and sharing best practice. Okay. It's an awareness of the sources of support and where people can find help, like coming to Eventwell, where you can offer that specialised support with trained individuals who know what they're doing and know how to start conversations and to assist you guys with that as well. It's about learning from the motivations of organisational leaders and employees who have taken action. Why did they do what they did? And how is it working for them? What have they learnt? Right? And then understanding the opportunities and needs of individual employees. And remember, one size does not fit all. It needs to be done on an individual basis. Okay? And helping develop better policies for workplace mental health and well-being. It's also programs for career development of employees, organisation practices that support a healthy work-life balance. You'll hear that a lot. Made more important over the last 19 months, where a lot of people have realised, hey, I can work flexibly. It works. It's not ideal. There's a lot of things that need to be discussed and debated, and it needs to be questioned in terms of, from a mental health wellbeing perspective, is it feasible for people to work 100% from home? We would probably argue not, because of that lack of touch. Lee mentioned that word touch. It's very important to us. It's the reason our industry is here, that face-to-face interaction and touch element. It's the most important sense we're born with, and the first sense that works when we're born. Okay, and ensures our survival as well when we're born. So it's important to us. Okay, but it's also recognising, rewarding the contribution of your employees, informing staff of the support that's available to them, involving employees in decision making. Okay, conveying a feeling of control and participation, and that their views matter and make a difference, particularly when it comes down to how they do their jobs. Okay. It's about occupational health services or professionals. It's about involving stakeholders and employees at all levels. And it's all delivered as part of an integrated health and wellbeing strategy. Remember, all anybody really wants is to have a good job. There's the next slide, please. So let's look at the mental health at work commitment. How are we doing for time? All right. 15 minutes. Fabulous. So mental health at work goes way beyond wellbeing days, yoga sessions, mindfulness classes, All of those, as I said at the start, are brilliant. We do a lot of that stuff. It's brilliant. But it should be embedded at every single process and procedure within your company. When you make a decision in terms of putting a new SOP in place, you should have mental health and well-being at the heart of that decision and that SOP. Okay? And I'm sorry to say, mental health first aiders just isn't enough. So anybody who's brought mental health first aiders into their venue and thinks that they've ticked the mental health box, it's a great start. Well done. That's brilliant. But you've still got work to do. Your mental health first aiders are not trained to help you on strategy and policy. They are trained to deliver mental health first aid. Okay, so remember that. The mental health at work commitments will help you with this. It's a framework, as I said, it's coming out of the Thriving at Work review. It's been developed by Mind here in the UK. And it's around the 6 core mental health standards that came out of that report. It was commissioned by the UK government in 2017, so it's got legs. It was written by Lord Stevenson, Paul Farmer. And then it's further developed into the commitment that we have today. So next slide, please. Let's look at each of the 6 standards in turn. So the first one is to prioritise mental health in the workplace by developing a systematic programme of activity. Number 2 is proactively ensure work design and organisational culture drive positive mental health outcomes. Number 3 is to promote an open culture around mental health. Number 4 is it all about increasing organisational confidence and capability. Number 5 is promoting mental health tools and support. And then number 6 is increasing transparency and accountability for internal and external reporting. So you all do an annual report? Anybody talk about mental health and wellbeing in your annual report for your customers and stakeholders to see? Why not? This stuff is important, just as important to them as it should be to us. In fact, outside of the hospitality and events industry, other industries are probably a little bit ahead of us in terms of the importance of this and recognising that. Okay. So just something else to consider. Okay. So next slide, please. So when an organisation has a psychologically safe culture, employee well-being, job satisfaction, organisational commitment are all improved. Remember what I said about productivity. Roughly productivity will improve by 12% just by looking at these minimum. Okay. So what about mental health and the bottom line? The next slide, please. Well, Forbes recently published an article that states that 93% of managers are finding that mental well-being and health is having a negative effect on their bottom line. Would anybody in this room concur? Yeah. Mental health concerns, often called invisible disabilities. If you saw me in the street, you would have no idea. I suffered from anxiety and bipolar disorder. If you met me at an event, I was busy walking around with my Sharpie pen and my clipboard. You wouldn't immediately go like, no, that person's got a... The same for neurodiversity as well, the hidden disability side of the industry, okay? They aren't flying under the radar anymore. Okay, top issues including grief, burnout, discrimination, stress, it's all coming out, coupled with the added strain that families and caregivers are feeling. Remember what I said about the decision I had to make in 2015? Because it just wasn't a supportive environment for me to be the mother that I wanted to be. So I had to make a gut-wrenching decision to step away and do something else. No? When an employee misses work, is less productive and communicates less as well, and they communicate less clearly than they would normally do because they're under pressure or strain, guess what? The team's performance also suffers. It's like taking a cog out of the machine. If one of those cogs isn't working properly, the whole machine isn't well oiled. Okay. So it's thinking about team impact. But what's at the heart of the problem? Mainly it's managers. Less than a third of global managers feel equipped to handle the mental health needs of their team. So it's awareness and training, which is why all of this is so important. This needs to be addressed first to effectively to be able to support our team members and employees. And then a lack of clarity on what mental health is. There's so many different messages flying around about knowing about what mental health is, what you need to be doing, what you should be doing, what you need to have in place. This is why the standards and why the the mental health, the core standards framework is so important, because what Mind have basically done is brought clarity to what it is that you need to be doing as an employer, as an organisation, to support your team. Okay. There's also, lack of clarity on who's suffering, what's the best course of action, how to address it, how to support, how to contribute. Remember, mental health first aiders are not enough. They are not trained or qualified to help you with your strategy and procedure making. They are trained to deliver mental health first aid, first and foremost. There is nothing in the mental health handbook that tells you how to write a mental health policy. Okay. Next slide, please. And we're going to do another little poll. And we'll try and get some questions in. So, I asked you a question at the start. We're near to the start. If you've experienced poor mental health in the last 12 months. Now, this is the second question. Did you disclose that poor mental health to your employer? Yes or no? I'd rather not say. That is quite interesting to see. We've been carrying out, we carry out research and wellbeing index. These are the people that we're supporting and working with at the moment. And one of the things that we find, particularly from a team level perspective, I'm assuming there's a lot of managers, or there is a lot of managers sat in the room now. So you probably feel necessarily safer to be able to disclose. But what we're discovering at a team level is that that number drops in terms of people that have experienced and then people who have disclosed, because they don't feel safe to disclose for fear of judgment, reaction, what might happen. And especially at the moment with everything that's happened over the last 19 months, the biggest fear of disclosure, they don't want to lose their jobs. So this is why, great, let's carry on talking about mental health awareness, but it's time for action now. So it's time to start putting real process in place to create those safe environments, to start looking after our people. We're struggling enough to get people to come back to the industry. Let's make sure that what we're putting in place now ensures that the people that we've still got, we keep hold of them and we don't lose any more people, and that we're attracting new people and new talent. And especially those guys that the university students, those that are really invested in our industry. Let's make sure that we give those guys the best possible start. Okay. So, next slide, please. And remember of that as well. All anyone really wants is to have a good job. It's time for us to fix the problem and start fixing the culture within the industry. So what's next? So let's have a look for event employers. So mental health is a key cultural issue that event workplaces are uniquely positioned to address. We've got a perfect opportunity to reset, to press the reset button, start again and put these processes in place. Do it now. Don't wait. I know we're all under pressure, but have it as one of the top things that's on your list of things to address and put in place. The events of the past year, the new generation of workers that I told you about, especially those that are attuned to neurodiverse needs as well. It's time to culminate, create that watershed moment for event employers to prioritise mental well-being. For events professionals, okay, we all have a responsibility to play a part in this as well. As project managers, as team players, at whatever level, modelling good behaviours and taking better care of our minds and our bodies sets the path for other people to do it, okay? And it's a win-win for everybody, not just ourselves. The time for mental health action is now. Stop glorifying self-harm, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. There's people that go on LinkedIn and talk about how many days they've worked without a break and when the last time they had a lunch break. Stop glorifying self-harm. Start wrapping it up in self-care and celebrating self-care. So next time you want to talk about how busy you are, because it's great to talk about how busy you are. It's good to see the industry starting up again. And it's good to celebrate your wins from a business perspective. So maybe the next time it's like, I had a busy week. We've done so many events this week. Now I'm going to take the weekend off to rest and digest. and do what I need to do for me professionally and personally. So just add a little, like a clause at the bottom, a little self-care clause to those posts. Start move away from that self-harm, glorifying. And then for the industry, our customers are ahead of the game in terms of this. I know that just from holding a quiet room at an event and seeing the difference in terms of who was using that event in build, during the event, and in breakdown, who was coming in and talking to us for support. They are even the military. Okay. So figures for poor mental health are double those to be found in other industries, and we must improve on this, not only for the sake of our global brand, because customers will start to think with their feet, okay, but also for our stakeholders and the future generations of event talent. Okay. That is it. Does anybody have any questions? You have time for questions?
We've got a couple of minutes left. There's time. If anyone in Stockholm has a question, that's great as well. Let's maybe jump to the screen in Stockholm if we can and have a look at our audience there. But whilst they're coming through, let's just think about that. If you've put a lot of thought into people's minds, Helen, and one overall question that I'd like to ask you is the biggest single walkaway you would like each member of the audience live here, Stockholm, or virtually, the biggest single walkaway that they should take away with in terms of a positive action?
Go and ask a question in your organisations. What can I see? Where's our mental health at work policy? Do we have one? Ask the question, why haven't we got one? What are we doing about it? Ask the questions. Stop poking and prodding and finding out what you can.
And if the answer is negative, what then?
Mental health awareness into action. So start pushing to have that put in place. You can come and speak to Eventwell. We can support with that. We can help organisations, and we do help organisations to put the framework in place. So we can support with that work. Okay. But also as well, just to start to just go, do your homework, do your research, visit eventwell.org, visit Minds, go to Young Minds, go and find out exactly as much as you can about mental health awareness, educate yourself, start doing it now. Because I'll tell you, the future generations already know about this stuff. So get yourself caught up.
Brilliant, thank you. Let's give Helen a round of applause and express our appreciation, please, if we may. And Rachel, just a small token of IACCC appreciation for you being through. Thank you very much indeed. And now Michael Jackson and Helen Moon are going to moonwalk off.
There we go.
Love it. With the rest of us, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Helen. With the rest of us as well, we have exactly 33 minutes for a break. More networking downstairs, more coffee. Caffeine-free is available. Everything you could possibly need. Go outside, get a lungful of fresh air, because when we come back at 1:15, we're going to move into the most exciting, dynamic part of today that's going to make you thrilled and chilled. It's going to be dynamic. See you in half an hour. Enjoy.
I can feel it. Sit with you.
Right, thank you, folks. If you'll take up your seats, both here in Warwick and also in Stockholm. Welcome back. Trust you had a good break. And what we're going to do now, folks, is move into a bit of work that you're all going to do for yourselves. And it's called the Invention Lab. So we're going to spend a bit of time on this and have a bit of fun with it. You'll notice that you've got flip charts in the room. Here in Warwick, we're going to break you into 4 groups in a moment or so. And I believe we'll find out from Sebastian in Sweden in a moment. I think they're doing 6 groups in Sweden. We've got 4 groups here, but Rachel and Sebastian will give us all the information that we need, depending on which venue that you're at. And also for our virtual followers, you'll be able to follow the action of what's going on here in the UK and look at the camera work that's going on here in the UK for you. Before we get to that, though, can I remind us all to go back on the app and look for the client survey, the end of day survey. Start filling it in. You can't fill it in, obviously, for the whole lot because we've not been through the whole day yet. But it would be a great start if you made a start on that survey app now, because as you know, feedback is significantly important. What do we do without data? And you're going to provide the data. Thank you. So if you don't fill it all in completely, please just make a note on a scrap of paper, your notebooks, whatever. Write it on your forehead so that your neighbor can remind you that at the end of day, I'll remind you as well that we're going to fill that in so we all don't leave the room and we don't get a free drink until your survey is complete. Well, that's not strictly true, but I'm asking you as nicely as I can. Okay, so the Invention Lab itself, before I hand over to Rachel here and Sebastian in Stockholm, what is the Invention Lab all about? We've spoken a lot about the future throughout the course of the event so far today, and now we're going to ask you to develop the future in a really interactive and intriguing way. As I mentioned, we'll break you into groups in a moment, both here and in Stockholm, but what we want to do is take you into the future, not back to the future, but forward into the future, because remember, we're not going backwards, we're only going forwards. In your group that you'll be positioned into, what we'd like you to do is focus on one of 2 dates, because you're going to invent the future for a period either A, between now and 2025, so it's almost immediate, or you can develop the future from 2025 and beyond. So you'll be able to choose that in your group. Between now and 2025 on the one hand, or on the other, 2025 and beyond, which is kind of like a blue sky thing, so you can really go crazy on that, as well as the local one if you want to do the immediate date as well. For whichever time frame your group chooses, we would like you to consider one of 4 topics, or if you're brave, do 2. If you're really brave, do 3, and if you're full-on creative, do all 4. The 4 topics are these. One is technology. The second is people/HR. The third one is food and bev. Or the 4th topic that you can predict the future for in your time frame is social responsibility. As I say, if you're brave, take 2, go all 4, I don't mind. But once we've broken into our groups with our facilitators in a moment, what they're going to do is give you a general introduction as they form the groups. They'll signal time to go, and then what we'd like to do is spend 30 minutes in your group with your time slot that you've chosen, doing something as wacky and creative and coming up with a solution as you can possibly imagine. For those that are least wacky and creative, you have a flip chart and pens. For those of you who are wildly creative within your group, perhaps you want to sing. Maybe you want to write a #1 Christmas song about our future. I don't mind what you do. You can write a poem, you can sing, you can dance, you can act. Act out the future. Wow. Go as wild as you want. And we've given you things within your groups, and the facilitators will explain to you all exactly what tools you have. If you get down to 1 spokesperson in your group, each group beyond that initial 45 minutes that we're working on is going to come back in part 2 and we'll present group by group, up front, live and before the cameras for your colleagues to see you. And you can do it as a group if you wish. It doesn't have to be just 1 spokesperson. The choices are entirely yours. Who are we to limit the creativity of the brain power in this room? It is over to you, ladies and gentlemen, to choose your day or time period, now to 2025 or 25 and beyond, and 1, 2, 3, or 4 topics that you may choose to act out, sing out, draw out, tell us, but invent the future for us. And what we'll do, we'll all have 5 minutes per group to present those back to ourselves. We have 4 groups here in the UK, I believe, 6, as I say, in Stockholm. So what we'll do with that time is you have up to 5 minutes in your group to present that idea, stroke ideas, back to us. That looks a lot more complicated reading it from this paper than doing it. Doing it should just be a load of fun. Think of this as the most fun you can have with your clothes on. Invent the future. Rachel, over to you locally. Sebastian, over to you in Stockholm. The floor is yours. Take it away.
All right. First of all, has anybody got any questions based on the fact that Michael has actually just said everything I probably needed to say, thankfully? So one thing is we know we like competition.
So,
again,
we
need to win. Somebody in this room we need to beat our Swedish colleagues. So as Michael said, I'll split you up into groups. I think maybe if we move 2 people onto that table and maybe you 3 go onto the table behind you. And then I think we've got our groups with slightly 5s and 4s, but I think that will work. Yeah, is that okay? Yes. So we need to be really creative. So if anybody has got a singing voice and they fancy presenting, giving us a tune, let's do it. Having looked at what happened in the Americas, it was really interesting. They used some great creatives on their flip charts. So, if you need anything else other than what's on your tables, I think we have pens, magazines, Pritt sticks, anything else you can think of. I know it's really difficult at this time of the afternoon, but I'm counting on you guys. We need to get some great creativity in the topics. However, if you have got a topic that isn't on there that you feel you want to present on that works for you, then great. I think we have seen quite a lot today on technology, on people, so hopefully there'll be some stuff that you can gauge from today. So topics again, technology, people, HR recruitment, food and bev, and social responsibility. So first of all, before we go move, any questions?
And we want to win. We want to win in the UK.
Yeah. And winning means you go out for dinner with Michael.
Second prize is a weekend with me. So you want to win. You want to win.
So without further ado, if you guys want to move over to that table, and I think we have our groups. Countdown starts now.
Now. See you in 40 minutes.
Sebastian, are you ready for your first group to present, please? I think they're still doing.
No, they're ready. That's right.
Penalty. We're winning already. Sebastian, are you ready for your first group to present?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, of course we're ready. We've been waiting for you. While we're finishing up, I heard you did some dancing, and I saw you dance. It was really nice. Could we see that again? Because I think that would really help boost morale over on your side.
Later.
No? There's no dancing. It's a shame. I'll do a bit of flossing here on my end, right?
We like your headdress. It looks like you're about to go into cabaret. Behind you. Okay, over to you, Sebastian. We'll let your first group present.
Thank you very much. And we have the first team to present already. They've already handed over their chart. Just to make a technical check here, can you hear me when we're using this microphone also?
We can.
Good. So I will hand this microphone to the presenting team, and I will forward any questions you might have or so in this microphone. So please go ahead, team number one.
Thank you. Okay, so our group talked a bit about the technology we already have. We're focusing from today until 2025. So by simply taking the airlines technology that already exists to implement to our industry. And as we're students from Franz Schachtau, and we talked about high tech and high touch. So for the staff members, they're high touch, and we will need to increase and evolve the technology so that we can focus on the guests coming to our hotels. So by simplifying the process for our guests and putting a bit of the administration work on them, we can focus on creating personalized offer and like making their experience better on our sites of the hotels. By making the prepayments, the pre-ordering, the self-check-in and check-out service, we can increase the high tech that already exists, that need to come to the hotel industry to create a better high touch and increase the customer service and experience. Do we want to add something or?
Yes, and we're gonna have Gene Simmons here present all the menus and in the smartphone app. So yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that was our first group. Over to you, Warwick.
Thank you very much. So we have Maria, who is presenting for her team. If we could just wait a second for her grand entrance.
Just going to try and move it a bit forward so they can see it. Where's the camera for us? There we go. Cut this out. Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Is it okay
to
stand here? Thanks. Hi all, good afternoon. So you'll obviously see we've got a lovely hand-drawn image of a hand, and it's all about the touch. So what you can't do is you can never buy this, you can never buy your fingerprint. And of course, we know at the moment technology is all very much contactless, and we believe from now to 2025 that will only grow and continue. So, you know, everything from your self-check-ins, your kiosks, everything will be contactless, from the way you handle your PMS, your point of sale, you know, all of your different tech stack will all be through the touch. Will be more and more QR codes, more and more apps, everything more very much on sort of mobile devices. But in terms of technology, we believe as operators and consumers, it's all about connectivity and bringing that all together and integrating where it makes sense. So nobody in the rooms today want lots of additional third-party systems, lots of unneeded tabs open on their desktops every day. We want the dream, we want the best. And why should we? So, you know, it's about having that all-in-one true ecosystem that we, of course, expect. And again, that's on delivery from PMS to your EPOS, to your CRM, your sales and catering, you know, everything that we do day to day within our... Something.
Let's give it a...
Sorry, I think the light just went. Yeah, and again, it's reducing pain points. So, you know, we're trying to provide a solution within our tech stack and ensure that we've got the dream, we've got the best. And, you know, as one of the words says, we want to have it spot on, and quite a typical phrase. Synchronization is key, and of course, hotels and venues today are expected to do so much more with so much less. We know, and we're seeing up to 70% reduction across teams. So it's about having, as I say, the system, the automation, everything there, end to end, from creation to closure, and the ability for the system to do everything as it rightly should. And technology should not be, bringing you down. It should be working for you, so you've got more time at the desk with your guests and doing what your job role entails. I think it goes without saying that, particularly you only have to look in Saudi Arabia, Singapore, China, some of the fantastic APAC region, what they've implemented already with the use of robotic technology. We know already that that's coming, but certainly in the next 10 years, we believe that it's going to be even more creative. And I believe, it will be very much AI. Of course, there'll always be that human touch point, but, robots will take over, and they are starting to already. So again, goes back to the point, as I say, of the contactless. Ladies, is there anything else to add? Yes? Well, thank you very much from Team 2.
Whoa, brilliant.
Hand back over to you, Sebastian. Competition's hotting up.
Thank you very much, Rachel. And we indeed are ready to present our next entry to this super tight competition. So I welcome the next team up to talk a little bit about how we can improve our HR skills in the future.
We've talked about the HR and the people part, and we were mainly focusing on the long term and not the short term, because we're all as an industry, struggling to find the right staff and competence. But we were thinking most people are already talking about that. So we were talking more about how do we secure this for the future? How do we secure 2025 and beyond that we have the competence and the staff that we need? So we talked a bit about that, and we agree that we cannot do that as an individual. The government can't do it for us all the way. So we have to do it as a combination together. Organizations like the IACC has a part in this as well, because I think it goes beyond just finding staff now. We have to look to how do we rebrand the industry from being a very negative industry to being fun again. How do we put the fun back into our hospitality industry, and how do we do that? How do we go about that? And one of the ideas that we came about is like, the Swedish military has done like these branding videos kind of thing for marketing purposes to try to get staff or personnel into the military. We think that's a great way to do it. It shows the career possibilities, it shows the fun, it shows the sort of individual aspects as well as group aspects. And I think we need to do that as an industry. Again, show the positive aspects. But we also need to go back to education. I mean, of course, we have Frans Schartau Hunters Institute here today, like that I represent myself, but we also need to go maybe even further down the line, maybe in high school, having a practical experience for students in 7th, 8th grade, already there, create the idea in their heads that this is an industry they want to come to. It's fun, it has a career possibilities, and also have that as a strategy, that it's clear for the people who are coming into the industry that there are career opportunities, and that we also train the staff in the future so that they want to stay in the industry. And also leadership, that we also train our leaders to be good leaders and to be able to train the staff better. What have I missed? Yeah, okay.
So I think you'll notice there's a picture of horse racing here, Rachel. So I'm asking you, do you have something to compete with these super fast horses on this slide here?
Absolutely. We've got super fast people. We don't need horses. Okay, so we're back in the UK and we've got Renee to come and present for us. Over to you, Renee.
Thank you. Is there possibilities for me to see the board while I'm talking?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, okay. This is our essential guide to good food, because we're in transition from bad food to good food. So we have to make choices, and we see the development every day. And it has already started, but it's now up to us to bring it to the next level. That begins with harmony in the kitchen. More homemade, less food miles. So local food, that's key. And of course, our children are the future. During the COVID lockdown, we saw a lot of children in their kitchens with their parents. They were experimenting with the food. So we need to keep doing that, because they are the ones that need to be inspired to make the future in good food. And of course, more vegetables and better food. And we see a future where you don't order food from a menu, but you order calories from a menu. Depending on your needs, on your wishes, you order the calories, and we decide for you, because we are the professionals that know about good food, what we're going to serve. We're going to make sure that it's good food for you. What else do we have? Of course, zero waste, very seasonal products, and we have a robot chef as well. 3D printed food has the future. You see it on a small scale in haute cuisine, but they're already experimenting with 3D printed food in healthcare, because with 3D food, you can make sure it has all the ingredients personally made for a guest, based on the calories they want to eat, based on a diet they have, based on an allergy they have. So 3D printed food has a future as well. And less plastics, vertical farming, no more cows, less CO2, and bugs. We want more bugs. Because they've got a lot of protein, they taste like chicken. So that's our essential guide to good food for the coming years.
Sebastian, I'm not sure if you picked up on that, but actually Renee managed to get in a Michael Jackson song with Children of the Future. Just saying.
Yeah, I stopped listening at around bugs, delicious. That's where we've already started handing out medals to each other in here. So I don't want to put pressure to you or jump to any conclusions. But let's. I'll just introduce the next speaker here.
Hello, Robert Rönneberga. Some of you know me. Our group have a little concerning about a small topic in our business, but a big topic worldwide. That's electricity, and how we will provide people with electricity in the future. Everything from Internet of Things to our cars to our transport will be electrical driven or powered in the future. So we see a big concern about how we should make our facilities work and how we will provide guests and our transporters with electrical power. So here we have the obvious power source, the sun, and its power cells that will charge our cars and our buses. We were thinking about how we should, if it is up to us to tell our deliverer, our merchandise, what's it called? Products? Suppliers, thank you. If to drive electrical cars, our service companies, if we should ask our companies that transport our guests to our venues to drive electrical. We see a big concern about that everything gets electrical power. That will, for every venue, will increase our costs because it's a huge investment to invest in chargers, to invest in solar panels. Not everyone has roofs or states that can provide enough space for solar power for solar panels. So, how will this affect our price at the end to our guests? Do we have to raise the prices? Do we have to charge more from our guests to provide them with enough electricity? That's our main concern. As I said, smaller topic, but a big topic worldwide. Mark thought this was me during the pandemic, but no, it's not, Mark. Have I forgotten anything? Group? No. That's good. Thank you.
So we're left with the challenge and the question. You're taking away now my weather report. I was going to make a perfect handover to you, Rachel. And this is so we see a sunny side here in Stockholm coming in from west. Back to you, Rachel.
That picture actually looks more like me in lockdown. I'm not sure about anybody else. Okay, so now we have our next group up to present, and it is the lovely Robin.
That is your board, isn't it? Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We went with what is the heart of our industry, which is people, because every hotel and every venue has got meeting rooms and bedrooms. People are what are key to us. And we decided we were going to look at it now, because now is the time to grasp what's happening. We looked at social responsibility and sustainability, but we went with the sustainability of people via the mode of 10 core skills for every gardener. Let's start. Number 1, planting. The next generation in hospitality professionals is what we want to get across to everybody. This is a profession. This isn't a Saturday job. This isn't just, oh, there's a waitress. This is a profession. This is a career. And we want to start that when kids are 5, 6 years old. I have a 6-year-old. He's a hotel snob. That's where we want to start. It's right at those grassroots. Excuse the pun. Number 2 is coping with pests. And by coping with pests, we mean people are out of industry who are derogatory about our industry. I did a degree in hospitality. My uncle calls it flower arranging. Again, no pun. We need to get rid of those people and re-educate them. Number 3, controlling the weeds, the negative Nancys. We've all seen them. They're all in our industry. They've been there for years. They've seen it. They did 9/11. They did this. They did that. Get rid of them. Let's share them with our competition. Number 4, watering. We're lucky we've got a uni student on our sort of group, and they're the ones we need to water before they've come into the industry. We've got them when they're in sort of, they're doing GCSEs and A-levels. Let's get them when they're in college and uni, re-educate them about what a great industry there is to work in. Growing to eat, we're talking about diversity and flexibility. We very much focus on our industry on youngsters maybe. Let's talk about working mums, disabilities. We need to think differently. Can we do 4 days on, 4 days off? It hasn't got to be this 5-day working week, then you have 2 weeks off, you have split shifts. We need to think outside the box, otherwise we're never going to recruit people back into our industry. Making more plants. I'm trying to keep the train of what we were doing with this. Inductions, PDPs. We need to understand our people in our industry. It's not just, right, we're so busy, we're coming in, right, you're a waitress, right, you're just going to stay in F&B, that's what you can do, that's always what you're going to do. No, people grow, they develop, they get different interests. I work in sales. I've had people who've moved into finance, they've gone into operations. We need to understand our people so that we can share their skills across the whole career path. Training and pruning. Interest is that invest and develop, but also maybe we do need to prune some of the people that have been there for a really long time or not. I'm all about share with the competition, as an old HR director once said to me. Weatherproofing, we talked about this continuous adaptability. As an industry, we're really good at adapting. We've seen that over the last 18 months, but we need to continue that and we need to improve. Growing a lawn. We talked about mutual department understanding, and I think definitely over the last 18 months that has become key. That old adage of sales versus operations, we've got to work together better, because if we have less sort of departmental battles, the industry is going to grow and we're going to keep more people in, and we'll get rid of negative Nancy. And then lastly, looking after your soil, it's all about rewards and recognition. We're desperately underpaid in our industry across the board, and we need more rewards and recognition from the pests who don't think that this is a great industry to work in. So we are all about 10 core skills for every gardener. Thank you.
Stunned silence.
Yeah, that was indeed an impressive presentation, closing the loop. I'm almost singing "Circle of Life" in my mind. It's a really nice presentation. And speaking of the future being green, I'm happy to introduce the next group of presenters. Welcome on stage.
Thank you very much. Can everybody see? I'm not sure how to stand here. Maybe I'll stand here. So ladies and gentlemen, the year is 2028. Technology has taken over your work life. You don't have an office. You have never met your colleagues. Welcome to our venue, the human experience. How do you get to our venue?
We pick them up with drones from their own homes, our drones, and electrical airplanes.
Great, and as you can see, this doesn't look that creative, but I can assure you that it is. And what we're trying to do is that we're trying to create a village instead of a venue. And when you arrive up on the site, one villager, let's call her Billie Jean, will actually greet you and make you feel extremely at home. Because we know perhaps that our customers don't care about us from the start, but we'll make that change, of course. It's all about how we make them feel. So let's go back to a time where they remember how life was before tech. And let's tell them, you're not alone.
Food and beverage. We only serve story-told food, meaning that every ingredients we use have a story and a local story. And as well, we produce the food for each individual. So we can do almost anything that we would like. And food grown in real earth, no 3D food here.
Right, then we come down to the meeting, and we're talking about more the experience. And we actually have the sauna as a meeting room because you have to leave all the tech outside. So they book a sauna for the meeting. You have some forward walks, and when you have to go to decisions in your meeting, we have different mood rooms in which direction you want to go in your area and your decisions. Right?
So ladies and gentlemen, you've understood that this is how humans used to live in the past, where technology doesn't matter anymore, and human warmth and meeting your colleagues is the only thing that truly matters. Thank you very much.
Wow, that was a truly immersive experience. And I do hope, Rachel, that you noticed that there were several Michael Jackson references in that presentation, not only one, and no bugs, by the way.
Yes, but just remember where the Michael Jackson thing started. Yes. Okay, so we are now presenting our final group, and we welcome Caroline and her group.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you everybody for wonderful presentations. I feel like we got the short straw going last. I've been really, really impressed with some of the things we've seen. So our group, we decided to talk about food and beverage, and our focus was more on, well, it started on the next 5 years, and then we realised some of what we're thinking might happen is probably going to take longer, but some probably won't take that long.
So we think there'll be a continued emphasis on environmental and sustainability. And we hope that there'll be at some point a universal scoring system that will help us understand the true impact of our purchasing decisions and our operational practices. So we really do know what is a sensible decision to make for the environment when it comes to whether we have disposable cups or whether we're washing cups or where we're buying our food, etc. And we think that's missing, and then we really, really hope that's coming. We think that there will be meaningful changes in terms of reduced menu choices to help sustainability, reduced food volumes, more advanced planning so we have less deliveries, coupled with more local suppliers, more in-house production of food. If you've got outside space, you should be growing your own food. You shouldn't just be relying on stuff coming in. Less packaging, reusable packaging, self-disposing packaging, packaging that dissolves in water, all sorts of creative uses there. Using your leftovers. I know we're all starting to do that more and more. We need to keep doing more of that. We think in the future there'll be totally vegan. We think, it's no good saying vegan is just a fad. It isn't just a fad. It's here to stay, and there could be a move to specialist menus where meat is not part of the menu at all. Simplified nutritional and allergen labeling. So, I don't know about producing individual meals just with calories. I think it's far more complex than that. But you want to know what the fat content is. You want to know how processed the food is. You want to know how much salt is in the food. You want to know it all, as well as all the allergen. So we see that as something really big coming in for the future. Less processed food. It's not good. And we have a beautiful diagram here. We may not have been the most creative team, but come on, we've got our own bar score here, so it's very, very good. We then, and I'd like to point out, we are the only ones who had 2 sheets of paper, so we should get an extra clap for that. Other changes in food and beverage automation. We do think there are going to be more robots, and we think they're all going to look like that. More automation. There's going to be robots are going to come. There's going to be we're going to need it as well, because we need to streamline and make things more efficient where we can. And the health focus in venues will go beyond food and beverage. We think it's important that we aren't really reliant on food and beverage entertainment in the future. In this country in particular, we have a heavy emphasis on alcohol in order to help with networking, and there need to be other alternatives in it. Although personally, I think I'll probably be sticking with the alcohol. But anyway, for those that aren't wanting that, there do need to be real choices, and that's where we think quiet rooms, zero alcohol venues, Zen zones, Zen zones, sensory areas, games and fitness rooms, lots of games for James because he loves games. We have to have lots of games, and venues that create environments that help us focus on creativity and positive energy. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we had sound effects, we had 2 pages. So, that was the last from the UK, Sebastian. So over to you for the final presentation.
Well, I'm super inspired. I'm actually doing a little bit of robot dancing now, just to show how robots also can look in the future. But I was super happy to hear fun and games and passion is really what our business is all about. And I'm also super happy to say welcome on stage to our final group to present their entry into this really, really tight competition. Welcome on stage.
Yes. This is the election of 2025, and we have different political parties. The first one is the
The tech party.
The tech party.
Yes.
To the golden years.
From 2025 and beyond. And what we believe in. We believe in avatar meetings.
Do you remember by the past when we met at Lidingö? And we were looking at, at the movie or at the highway. Next time we'll be together and we can be on a beach in the morning and maybe in the mountains in the afternoon. We can travel and we can be together. If you're not here physically, you can feel everything. You can be in the room. You can be in the room.
And we are representing the HR and Social Responsibility Party. It's a bit pink over there, but it says, say no to exclusion, fear, sexism, exploitation, and egoism. Tear it up. Yay. Tear it up more. Say no. Dare to say no. We, in our party, 2025, we say yes to inclusion. Everyone can be a part of our business, no matter whether you have a disability, if it's physical, if it's any other type of that, what is not included right now. Include people in your business. Be brave. Dare to speak up. Dare to talk to your manager. I need help, and help should be there for everyone who needs it, so that people can feel that they are part of the company and that they can grow. We have special projects for people that are actually, or at the moment, not in a good place. In our business, there is still a problem with prostitution in hotels, for example. We discussed that there are possibilities with facial recognition, help those people out of that nasty business and give them jobs in our companies where they can actually grow and get a better life for themselves. We believe in sharing knowledge. Like someone else said, competitors, we can help each other and get better together. Share your knowledge. Together we are better, and together we will grow and thrive. That's our party.
Yay!
We are food and beverage party, and going to the restaurant and everything, we want to be able to share everything. We want to do foraging, which is that you go out into the wild and gather everything that is in your own backyard and just share the knowledge, share the food, and help each other to grow. And yes, even a little bit of self-care, because sharing is caring, and we all help each other to get food on the table. We gathered some food out in the backyard, but it seems that I'm missing something.
Yeah, why don't you try this?
A big bite of a good apple, sharing from the party. Thank you.
Special effects.
And we actually believe that a coalition between all these parties will be the recipe for success.
What a beautiful word we are presenting here. Thank you very much. So that was our last entry. What do you have to say now, Rachel?
Well, quite a lot actually, but it's not for today. Just wanted to say a huge thank you to all the groups. Wow, in such a short space of time to have produced what they have, I think across in both countries, both areas, is absolutely phenomenal. So round of applause for everybody. Remember, I'm going to run through the groups with the titles of the groups, and it's now the clapometer time. So this will be who wins. So are we ready? Group 1, high tech, high touch. Can we have a round of applause for high tech, high touch? Everybody? Okay. They did have a very difficult job, actually. They were on first. I think we need to give them another round of applause, actually. Can we have another round of applause for high tech, high touch? Okay, we're warmed up now. So group 2 was from the UK, which was the Unique Contactless Touch Ecosystems. Big round of applause from both countries, please. We had some whoops and woos. Thank you. Group 3 was from Sweden. We had the people's competence and put the fun back into our industry. Let's have a round of applause, everybody. Looking and worrying. Sebastian's cheating now. Group 4 from the UK, better food choices and printed food. Everybody remember? Let's have a round of applause. I think we might be winning so far with that one. So Group 5 from Sweden, less CO2, more about the sustainability. Let's get better, tech and electric vehicles. Clapometer starts now. Go. There was some banging on tables, just saying. Okay, Group 6 is all about the gardening, and we followed that process from the garden. I think we'll have a round of applause, please, everybody. Okay, right.
We have a new leader, I think.
I'm not saying a word. Group 7, Sweden, all about futurism, experiences, drones for delegates. Clap, please. I can do that. Okay. Group 8, UK. Better at data efficiency, to work out what's best, less alcohol. Didn't like that, but did like that. Caroline's brilliant presentation. Clap, please.
Remember robots also. Robots.
Robots, sorry, the brilliant robots. Do it again. We want to see your robot dance. Love it. Okay, and last but very not least, Sweden, the party. That's all I'm going to say. It was just about the party and the coalition. Brilliant. Claps, please. Okay, so I'm thinking we might need a bit of a clap off. I think I don't know about anybody else, but it sounds as though it might be our gardening process versus our party. Yeah? Okay, so we're going for gardening process. Clap now. Okay, Sweden, please could you follow that? Okay, so I know this is really not in any... We're all competitive, right? But I do think it has to be a draw. I think fair play to everybody. Very, very well done.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Okay,
it's
so
always
thank you,
beautiful
everybody.
when we're all winners, right?
Yes. Oh, you see,
I'm still here with the medals.
Okay. Handing back over to you, Michael.
Brilliant. Let's do that.
I'll hand back over to Michael. Thank you, everybody.
Wow. Yeah, thank you. I mean, a draw in my mind, between the gardeners of England and the gnomes of Sweden. I mean, it's just kind of bizarre, that really. I mean, that's what you were thinking about, the future. And I guess that all of us have to think about the future, not just today in a bit of fun in terms of our invention or exercise in its own regard, but for getting, our own paths right as we move into a brighter, very different, highly unusual future. We did say at the beginning of the morning that we would leave the past behind. There's one more thing that we've got to do about not leaving the past behind as we move into that bold new future. And coming up in 25 minutes, we're going to do exactly that by recognizing some award winners as we move into the highlight of the day, our awards ceremony, which recognizes winners who've come through in these very difficult times that we've lived in. When we announce those at 5:15, we want you all getting involved, cheering, supporting, doing all that wonderful stuff that goes with it. And then we'll set the standard for what we have to move into the next year and beyond. So you've done so well that you're ahead of schedule. I'm delighted to let you know that, which means a comfort break, 27 minutes you've got on the agenda. Wonderful that. Now you can do 2 more things of the ones you didn't do earlier. Maybe it's time for a bathroom break. Who knows? Maybe it's time for a walk in the garden and a bit of mood setting and relocating your thoughts. Whatever you do, we need just a few minutes to sort out this room. So go on, go downstairs, get yourselves a coffee, walk around outside while it's still warm enough, and we'll see you all back in the room at 1:15 for the final awards of the day. Thank you. Right, thank you, folks. Welcome back. If I can have your attention locally and also in Stockholm, please. As we move now, ladies and gentlemen, to our awards ceremony, let's roll a short video to set the tone and go into our awards, please. Superb. Welcome then to the awards ceremony itself, and it gives me great pleasure now to welcome onto the stage in Stockholm our Europe President Lotta Bowman and also IACC Europe's Vice Presidents Peter Alietz joining us and Benjamin Abitan, and of course our CEO Mark Cooper for the awards ceremony. Over to you.
Okay, folks, welcome to the awards ceremony. But before we go over to the exciting announcements about who's this year's winners, I would like to make a small thank you and a small close-up about what we've been experiencing today. We have a deal now that let's go of distance and fear. Remember also what Julian said this morning. He said, think globally. It's a very good reason being a member of IACC, isn't it? He said also figure out who you are. Did you do that today? Or are you still trying to figure it out? I'm not quite sure. I am still there. He also said that digital and sustainable is key, and I couldn't agree more. And I think that's our biggest challenges for the future, and I think we should be ahead of that and lead that into the future as well. Also includes mental health, and thanks to Helen who raised the awareness about that. And I think we all have experienced that during the last 18 months or so in so many different ways. So you support your people out there so you get the best out of them. Now I'm going to hand over to Mark or to Michael.
Oh, I'm okay with that. Don't worry, that's fine. I'll welcome Mark then in that case, who wants to recognize our student volunteers and also our participants in today's conference. So Mark, take the stage, sir, if you will.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Lotta, for those wonderful closing words and summary. I get emotional at this time of the day, because we're recognizing so many incredible people, but also because I know it's kind of coming to an end until the next time. And I've been dreaming of this day, believe you me, for the last 18 months. But I do want to thank our student volunteers from the International School of Business in Lincoln in the United Kingdom and from the Franz Chateau Institute here in Stockholm in Sweden as well. 8 students who have been fully involved here, certainly in Sweden, we've seen that, and I'm sure in the UK as well. But we wouldn't be able to invite so many students if it wasn't for you, the members, making that foundation contribution when you pay your dues each year. It gives us the money and the finances to dig deep and reach into our hospitality schools, to engage and to give them a glimpse of what an incredible career it could be in the meetings industry. So ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our students who have been involved today.
Well done to all of you. Worked incredibly hard. It gives me great pleasure now, ladies and gentlemen, to call Benjamin Abitan in Stockholm as Vice President of IACC Europe and, of course, a Global Board Director to present the 2021 IACC Europe Distinguished Service Award. Benjamin, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Michael. This person has been a standout contributor to IACC initiatives inside and outside of the European chapter since they've joined the IACC board. They have attended and led educational sessions at the IAC Australia Asia Pacific Conference. This person has also contributed to several IAC webinars and panel sessions over the years and has been a strong advocate of IAC certification internally to their global organization. Through their expansive industry network, they have brought European MPI chapters into the IAC community, fostering strong relationships. This person has been busy, let me tell you, driven recent new members development in the North Sea area and contributing to the North Sea Copper Skillet organization of this event. Finally, and this will give the name away, this special person embraced the environmental challenge to make the 2019 Knowledge Festival in Brussels, their home city and venue, the first to achieve the coveted Events Industry Council Gold Sustainable Events Standard. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to announce Peter Allertz, Director of Sales and Marketing at Dolce La Hulpe, with this year's IAC Europe Distinguished Service Award. Congratulations, Peter.
Excellent.
Thank you very much. I thought I
Wow.
have to give an award.
Peter, thank you very much indeed. A well-deserved award, I'm sure. And I don't want you to go away just yet, because although you're an award winner, I need to call on you now in your vice presidential capacity and as global board director to help us present our next award, if we may, the 2021 IAC Europe Regional Ambassador Award. So the stage is back to you, Peter.
Sure, thank you. And before I do that, I have also done my invention lab. So this is a beer which will be available in 2025. It's approved by NASA and it's made by recycled water from Mars. So cheers.
Excellent.
All right.
Well, Maria Griffiths from...
The European IAC chapter is diverse in many ways, in terms of geographically and culturally. To this end, the strong country IAC communities are so important to our members. This individual has successfully re-established the IAC Denmark community in such a short period of time. Such an important community to IAC, which is in thriving network and growing membership for the European chapter. This person embraces IAC's global knowledge and trends and invites IAC leaders to participate in Danish meetings and educational sessions and helps elevate the brand in the Danish meeting industry. Finally, they lead by example, serving on the European board, representing the interest of the Danish members. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute pleasure to award the IAC 2021 Regional Ambassador Award to Marleen Sylvester Wiet, CEO at Danske Conference Center.
Thank you, Peter. In your virtual absence, Mark, would you step forward and present the award over in Sweden to Marleen, please? There we go.
Well, thank you so much.
Brilliant. Another round of applause, please, if we may.
Thank you.
Superb.
Marlena, you deserve it.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
Stunning. It's now my great pleasure to ask Gail Tomlinson-Short, a director for IAC Europe, to the stage, here with us in Warwick, to present two deserved IAC members with a 2021 IAC Better Tomorrow Service Week Award of Achievement. Gail, stage is yours.
Thank you, Michael. It has been wonderful to see so many of our members find the time during this very difficult and straining period to do good for their people, communities, and the environment. Everyone really does deserve to be recognised. This year, not one, but two IAC Europe members have stood out by way of their participation in this global week of giving and education. It's my absolute pleasure to announce this year's winners. The first winning award goes to Sigtuna Höjden at Stockholm, Sweden. Sigtuna Höjden held daily activities for the week, including promoting a service to the wider community, supporting those with special needs, collecting donations from attendees to support a children's charity, and working with local high schools raising awareness for students. Congratulations, Sigtuna Hoyden, on a fantastic week of initiatives. Please welcome Lena Anderson, General Manager, to the stage to receive the award.
Who would like to come and receive it? Emily's going to come today. There we go, Emily. Congratulations. Right now, you need to have a photo. So I have to tell everybody, Emily is our head of photography here. So when Emily receives an award, we have no backup head of photography. And we call ourselves professionals. Oh my goodness.
So we have a second winning award, and that award goes to Why Boston Lakes Resort, Bedfordshire, UK. Again, this member demonstrated their commitment through different initiatives every day. They included team building to build sustainable bird boxes, creating a culture of empowerment through dance and running a boost motivation and culture meetings for staff, and finally, a charitable coffee morning. Congratulations, Why Boston Lakes in the UK, on such great initiatives. Please welcome Vicky Wall, Operations Manager, to the stage. You're welcome.
Please, no paparazzi.
Can if you like.
Well done.
Thank you.
That's excellent. Thank you, Gail, and well done. Congratulations to our winners. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to recognizing two volunteers who are at the heart of designing and delivering the IAC Better Tomorrow Service Week. I'll now hand over to Mark to tell us a bit more, and he'll recognize the members with some special recognition awards. Mark, over to you.
Thank you, Michael. Well, ideas are easy to come by, right? We've had an afternoon full of ideas, but turning those ideas into actions is quite something else. And in amongst all of this turmoil, you've seen that not only have we had our heads turned, but we created a new initiative for IAC. And incidentally, I think this is an initiative that will be as big as Copper Skillet, as a backbone event in the future, and that is the IAC Better Tomorrow Service Week. A group of individuals passionate about social responsibility got together, our global task force, and we need to recognise two high achievers that are not only brought this initiative to life, but if you got involved with it, which many of you did, you saw the detail of all of the initiatives, the options. They made it really easy for everyone to get involved, even when we were busy. So I would like to run the video now to recognise our first high achiever for the IAC Service Week Award 2021.
Well, Maria Griffiths from Etc. Venues in London, we are delighted to join you today. And it's my pleasure, along with Kate Bacon of IAC, to introduce Benjamin Abertam, Managing Director of Chateau Form, and importantly, IAC European Vice President and Global Director of IAC, the Heart of the Better Tomorrow initiative. We are here to present you with an achievement award. Benjamin, my pleasure to hand over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mark. Hi, Maria. Hi, everybody. Hi, Kate. Maria, you've been a standout volunteer within IAC Europe in general, and especially with your role as a volunteer in the Better Tomorrow Global Task Force. And for this, we want to thank you very much and award you this distinction. You took from the very beginning the IAC Service Week concept and you ran with it, you owned it, and you were a key driver in the developing of this program, and you've been an excellent support throughout. This initiative, I know, has had a lot of impact on IAC and its members globally and more locally in Europe. And even, I know that even within my own company, the interactions that we've had with you and your leadership on this subject has been tremendous and very helpful. Your pace and passion and the way you've promoted this has really enabled it to be a key initiative with IAC that will stay for years to come. And for all this, I would like to thank you, Maria, very, very much.
Thank you very much, Ben. Thank you.
So, Maria, I'll extend my congratulations as well. The achievements of an association like IAC only ever come about based upon the foundation of our volunteers and the passion that comes from them. And you have achieved so much. So my congratulations. Do you have any words of wisdom for your fellow IAC community colleagues that you would like to share?
Well, thank you very much, Mark. It truly is a humbling moment. So thank you really very much for the award. Service Week. Well, why did we do Service Week? I think for us it was a date in a diary to come together as IAC community to really focus our efforts on raising the awareness about social responsibility. We wanted to just create that commitment to support our local communities and really just have that impact on a better tomorrow. So there were some powerful messages, and it was great to see with the campaign how many IAG members actually got behind it, how many actually did support the great initiative. So really delighted with the results, and we are absolutely looking forward to running again next year. So we do hope everybody will join and more. And for me personally, really, it was a powerful experience to be part of this sort of world group as we were, connecting and working together across the world for those past few months, and actually almost over a year now. So thank you so much for enabling this to become a reality, and thank you once again for this amazing award. Thank you.
It's our pleasure, Maria. And Kate Bacon has an award which will be winging its way towards you. Congratulations on your achievement this year.
Congratulations,
Maria. Well done.
Thank you.
Lovely words spoken on behalf of the task force, and I especially love it when a volunteer talks about what they're going to do next year, because that means they're going to stick with us and make a difference. It's now my honour to give our second award to a high achiever that is with us today in the United Kingdom. I'd like to recognise Hayley Chilver, Operations Director at De Vere UK, and my colleague Gail is going to present you with your award. Gail, congratulations. I beg your pardon. Hayley, congratulations.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Do you want a photo?
Wow,
Yeah,
well done.
absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
Brilliant. Wow, thank you so much. I had the pleasure last week of spending 5 days down at De Vere at Latimer, and we met for the first time last week, and it was an awesome experience, a well-deserved award, I'm sure. Thank you very much indeed. So let's bring Lotte Bowman back to the stage, ladies and gentlemen. There are some more thanks and some more notes that Lotte would like to run through with us. Lotte, the stage is yours once again.
Thank you. Well, we are getting towards the end of this intensive day, and I think we all feel that we've been through a really exciting day, and we have achieved new knowledge that we didn't know yesterday that we were going to have today. I would like to raise a thank you and a round of applause for the venues that have been taking care of us. So I would say the venue here with Sherlinda, please stand up. And over in Warwick, please stand up over there too, and we can give you a good round of applause, and thank you so much for the hospitality. You've done an amazing job. And it's not over, because here at Skogshem och Vik in Sweden, we still have some drinks and food when we go downstairs before we round off. So don't run home without just rounding it off down there. I also like to thank our pod host venues that I just did. So I'm not going to turn my page because I haven't been doing this for a while either. But last but not way the least, we have our regional facilitators. I think you did such a good job, so why not sign up for next year, just today, again? Sebastian, stand up. And Rachel.
Hey, well done.
Thank you so much for your incredible energy and cooperation. I wonder
Well
how
done.
long you practiced together.
That was a great collaboration. Well done at this end, well done at your end. Perfect. Congratulations,
Yeah,
guys.
it surely was. And I think that robot dance, I don't know if that was inspired by our MC, Michael Jackson. Yeah. So I'd like to thank our MC for today and master facilitator, Michael Jackson, for your professionalism and your humor and your skills in bringing our group together into one event, which it really felt like. So thank you, Michael, for that.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Absolutely superbly enjoyable day as well. I felt like part of your family. Thank you for making me so welcome. Mark, I'm sure you've got a few more words to close out before I wrap up and lead us all downstairs here for our drinks, and you'll lead your delegates off for more drinks and snacks as well. But we have a conference planning committee and some volunteers that have to be thanked as well. Mark, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, everybody. I'm going to make this fast but furious. Gail Tomlinson-Short, Vicky Wall, Camilla Blackstrom, Dieter Jakobsen, Amadine Campet, Laurent Dallarante, and Nicole Elbers. Thank you very much to our conference planning committee this year. Awesome, awesome job. We appreciate you so much. I'd also like to thank Ivy, our sponsor, again, who stood up and stood with us and financially supported today's event. An incredible up-and-coming cloud-based PMS system from Australia that are making waves across Europe and America, and we're really appreciative and excited for the partnership that we have. In closing, again, none of these events would happen without the backbone of everyone who comes together. I'm incredibly proud to have gone through the last 2 years with my colleagues who make IACC tick. Kate Bacon has not only arranged today's event and worked with all of you over multiple locations, she did exactly the same thing over 3 US locations in July. Most people organise one annual conference in an association. She's done 2. So I'd like to give Kate a round of applause on behalf of both of us. We appreciate you so much.
Well done.
And in closing, the drinks are that close you can smell them. I'd also like to thank my colleague Dieter Jakobsen, Helen, Emily here in Stockholm, and of course Georgia Hulbert, who is in the United Kingdom. Again, great team members, great staff support, and you really pulled it off today, guys. We appreciate you. Thank you. Michael, it's over to you, sir.
Well, thank you. And what an honor to close it as well officially, knowing that I do stand between you and drinks is a daunting thing. As I'll also keep it brief, Mark. I think, we started out this morning talking about being back together at last. And in this room, certainly, and I'm sure there was in Stockholm as well, a feeling of just, wow, real events, real people. It's like Zoom in 3D, only much, much better. It's just so amazing. And I think that, our technicians at the back of the room, both here and also in Stockholm, have done an outstanding job. Our Abbott partner, from an IACC point of view, have just been awesome. And maybe we've had a glimpse of the future. A fairly seamless, minor technical glitches that don't even count in the grand scheme of things. They'd be no different to that which you'd experience at a live event anyway. You've thought about creating a new, modern, relevant set of experiences for yourself. And there was a quote earlier today that said, to live is life. And we need to start living again and bringing a new set of life into what we had from before and take it much, much further. To forget fear, we dissolve that in the water. To think differently. Helen Moon spoke of a spiritual home for herself being in this room. And I know that delegates feel like that when they come into your venues. And I know that clients love you for what it is that you do. We've now got to raise the bar and push that boat out even further. thinking different is what it's going to be all about. And the beauty of this, ladies and gentlemen, whether live or virtually, is that with IACC, you can do it. You've got each other's backs. There's nothing finer than to witness the collaboration, the teamwork, the camaraderie that exists, both virtually and live across our two pods. It's been an honor for me to stand here and be with you. I look forward to joining you downstairs, where we'll be having snacks and drinks. And we say goodbye to our Swedish colleagues. And I'm sorry to our virtual delegates that you can't join us live for a drink, but raise a glass in your home across the USA, across Europe, if you couldn't travel, wherever in the world you're watching from. But to all of you, from everyone behind the scenes, thank you and good night. Hi, let's all wave. Bye, everybody. Bye. Brilliant. Thank you, guys. And the drinks are downstairs. It's a wrap.